Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. All the paper presenters present here in this room. We are now having 40 paper presenters in the remaining 3 sessions. And as up till now, all the paper presenters have followed our instructions and stick to the time. We hope that you also will follow the instructions and stick to the time. You will make the maximum of the 8 minutes that are given to you and express your viewpoints before the audience. You have seen that all our plenary speakers also have maintained the punctuality of the time, and that is why we are able to run on time for both the days in this session. So with a request to everybody to listen the instructions given by the Compere Vaidehi Haryani madam, and try to curtail your presentations within 7 and 8 minutes. We have 40 presentations, and this session now will continue without any break up till evening, so that we can cover up all the paper presenters. So wish you all the best, all the presenters, and I hand over mic to Vaidehi Haryani. Yes, Vaidehi.
Yes, sir. Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
please. Yeah, announce the name so we can have the presentations.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll begin with the presentation. I would like to invite Miss Parul Popat to read her paper, and after that, we will have Mr. Rajnikant Dodiya ready.
Thank you, Vidhya ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
I hope I am audible and my
Yes,
screen
ma'am, you
is
are
shared.
audible.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I would like to talk about the psychological survival skills observed in the plague by Albert Camus. I would like to begin with an excerpt from Stephen Spender's republished review of the plague by Camus in the e-edition of the New York Times 2 days back. I quote, "Against the background of the events he creates various attitudes of human beings towards the plague. As far as possible, he isolated his people from their private lives and thrust them into their public situation. The plague becomes a kind of laboratory for studying attitudes towards itself. The attitude of the priest, who first regards it as an scourge of God against the wickedness of modern life, of the journalist Rembe, for whom it becomes the occasion of realizing he is patient to correct an injustice at the center of the society." To begin with the title, survival is the basic human instinct, and survival of the fittest is a proven scientific theory. In the journey called human life, man is constantly battling with the challenges of survival. And for a successful survival, everyone tries to employ and develop certain physical and psychological strengths and skills. History and research, however, have categorically proved that psychological strengths and skills are more fruitful, efficient, and help one more during the crisis. They also have better reach, scope, and capacity to be long lasting and more effective. This means that true survival does not mean a void existence, but a meaningful existence with capacity and intention to make a difference. Medical and psychological researches, as well as non-fiction literature, not only list the adverse effects of quarantine and crisis on humanity, but also discuss the manifestation of certain positive traits that an individual can have. In addition to these various types of research, the psychological attributes discussed in this paper have also been taken from the book Deep Survival: Who Lives, Who Dies, and Why by Lawrence Gonzell, published in 1989 by Norton and Company. With that context in mind, people and characters during the time of crisis can be categorized into 3 zones. which can be seen on the slide. Now, this image courtesy goes to the Twitter post of Lulin. According to this, the three zones are fear zone, learning zone, and growth zone. Each zone displays certain attributes which can be discovered with the help of ideas, action, and the observations of a person. Needless to say that all the time, every one of us is in either of the zones. The paper attempts to answer two very simple questions about the novel. First one, how the characteristics of people belonging to different zones get reflected in their ideas, action, and or observations. And second, how the people belonging to different zones affect or infect the lives of people around them. Based on the activities shown in this slide of the people belonging to different zones, we can list the following attributes. The people belonging to fear zone have negative emotions, irritating nature, and selfish attitude. People belonging to learning zone demonstrate willingness to learn and ability to respond to the need of fellow human beings positively and circumvent negativity. The third and the most important category includes the people who are adaptive, empathetic, optimistic. They share credit and accept success with all the humility. The characters of the novel can also be categorized in three categories. In fear zone, we can put Cotard and his partners, the prefect, and Father Panelu. In the learning zone, we can have Raymond Rempe, Mr. Othon, Mr. Ryu, Madame Ryu, the asthmatic Spaniard, and Mr. Michel. The growth zone can have Joseph Grant, John Taru, and Dr. Ryu. Now, keeping in mind the time limit, we will discuss one character from each zone and we'll try to see how and what kind of existence does he or she has. From the growth zone, I would like to choose Joseph Grant, a clerk by profession. The observation made by the narrator in the novel are there on the slide, which you can see. His presence in the growth zone is the most inspiring one. He is a great failure in personal as well as a professional life. He does not get the promotion he deserved. He was unable to write to the authority about it. And his wife too leaves him. In short, he does not have anything to rejoice in life and nothing to be positive about. But he does not let this affect. Thank you, Vaidehi. Affect his perspective towards life. Selflessly, he contributes in every way he can. He does his job during the day and in the evening works for Dr. Ryu. Eventually, he too becomes the victim of the plague but survives it successfully. From the learning zone, I would like to discuss the reporter Raymond Rembe, who exemplifies the transformation of a human being from a commoner to a contributor. He did not belong to Oran, hence did not have any belongingness for the place or the people initially. So it was natural for him to try various means to escape. Moreover, his experiences with the people like Cotard and authority were also not encouraging ones. Still, he was able to contribute to the welfare of the plague victims because of Dr. Ryu and Taru, whose company brought out the innate goodness in him. From the freer zone, Father Penelum's presence is the most disappointing one. He represents religion and God, the ultimate solace for a common man when faced with extreme adversity. However, unlike Dr. Ryu, He fails to create an optimum impact of his power. His sermons should have made people spiritually strong. Instead, they were intimidating and depressing. In the time of crisis like a plague, only science or only religion cannot help. A balanced presence of both is required in society. We should remember that every incarnation of God, be it in the form of Jesus Christ or Lord Ram or Krishna, have expressed and lived human emotions. Jesus Christ was crucified, and the arrow of Meghnad wounded Sri Lakshman. How can we forget that Ram, the incarnation of Vishnu, relied on a medic from Lanka and the medicine suggested by him for the life of his brother? Father failed to gauge that doctors too are forms of God, and the challenges are not there to punish people, but to purge them of their negative emotions. He could have been equally effective like Dr. Ryu, but to our dismay, he failed to do so. To conclude, I would say that there is nothing absurd about our life. It is important to find the meaning and objective of our life. If you engage for the welfare of the people you are working with and be responsible, it is not difficult to find meaning and enjoy every phase and form of life. Without asking the question to the life, why me, with negative emotions, find the answer to the same question with a positive perspective. Thank you. And before I conclude, I stop. I would like to congratulate Bharat sir and his team for the meticulous planning and the impeccable execution of the seminar. Thank you, Vaidehi.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for this well analyzed presentation. Now I would request Mr. Rajnikant Dodiya to read his paper, and after you, I would like to request Mr. Hitendra Patel to be ready with his paper. Thank you.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Good afternoon, everybody. Is my presentation visible?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. This is my first presentation in literature. Actually, I am a student of education, uh, working in National Patel Institute. Good afternoon, everybody. Bharat sir, good afternoon. My topic is teaching from literature on pandemics, uh, a national webinar on literature and epidemics. Abstract, I'm not going to read this abstract. Introduction. What we learn in time of pestilence, there are more things to admire in than to despise, said by Albert Camus. Literature has always tried to indicate us the right directions in life. Stories depicted in literary writings have been teaching us different lessons such as humanity, sensibility, responsibility, generosity, and so on. People are always motivated by the readings and the movies based on such texts. As my title, uh, objectives behind my study to examine the role of literature in pandemic writings, to derive lessons or teachings from the literature on pandemics, to recommend safety measures implied from literature, to suggest a human approach to live better life, uh, questions based on my objectives. What is the role of literature in pandemic writings? What are the major lessons which literature is teaching us from many years? What safety measures are implied in literature? What type of humanity approach to this earth need to be developed? Significance of my study. As literature has always been the mirror of what is happening in the world for many thousand years, it has taught us by arousing questions, thinkings, inspiration, righteousness, sense of life, and so on. The present study is very much useful in today's scenario in the world. Let's go further. Uh, Population and selected sample of my study. In this part, all the books written on epidemics and pandemic are the population of the study. From these, the following writings in literature in English were selected as the sample of my study. It is a journal of the plague year, The Plague by Albert Camus, Stephen King's The Stand, The Last Man by Mary Shelley, The Hot Zone by Richard Preston. The part of analysis and interpretation. In this part of the study, a brief detailing of the selected literary texts is narrated in an analytical as well as interpretative method. One can get a simple idea of the theme portrayed in these all-time great writings. First is Journal of the Plague Year by Daniel Defoe. It published in 1722, and the city described in it is London, where the plague killed around one quarter of the population of the city during 1665 to 1666 in 1 year. In this report, Defoe had narrated how people can be aware of such dreadful situations if it comes again in future in a different form. It is right now. People who were seriously infected were forcefully locked with their families in their houses, which pushed this pandemic more and created dire situations. As before writes, it was very sad to reflect how such a person as this had been a walking destroyer perhaps for a week or a fortnight before that, how he had ruined those that he would have hazarded his life to save, and had been breathing death upon them, even perhaps in his tender kissing and embracings of his own children. The major things this journal teaches are the infected must be kept away from the non-infected people, not going out frequently without an emergent need, and not forgetting to maintain precautions in everyday life. Further, it is observed that no wealth can protect us from any such disease. All the parameters are changed for saving our lives. The next one is The Plague, very famous and popular novel by Albert Camus, published in 1947, has been one of the most famous works on pandemics so far. It is a fictional story very well narrated by Albert Camus on the pandemic of plague, which surrounded the town of Oran in northern Algeria in 1940. Camus described pandemic and war as the same and pointed out that both have a surprising nature. There have been as many plagues as war in history, yet always plagues and war take people equally surprised. And it is surprising right now. The surprising entry of the plague is very suitable to the present virus that has created outbreak all over the world. We can observe the city Wuhan as a new Oran. The people of the world are made to rethink about their priorities and modes of living. The story of this novel is seen real now in contemporary situation which has changed their lives. Many made people habituated of precautions like washing hands, avoiding shake hands and kisses for greetings, maintaining distance of minimum 1 meter between two people and so on. Camus has actualized the reality at that time almost a century ago, 80 years back from now, and imagined the well before these dreadful situations and dark circumstances which are reality now. All such novels and stories are just warnings to humanity. These warnings are not new. These are older than many hundred years. Next one is The Stand by Stephen King, popular thrilling novel published in 1978 by Stephen King narrating the events happened after a deadly virus kills 99% population of America. Only few thousand people could survive on the continent and are trying to connect with each other. These were the most immune people who survived from the virus, named Captain Trips, also Super Flu and Blue Virus or Tube Neck.
Sir, you have 2 more minutes.
Okay. The novel begins at the point where two different kinds of people conflicting with each other. Uh, King has narrated how human nature would, with two different aspects, affect the humanity. The whole story is the novel depicted about people's predisposition towards good or evil. Human nature is the powerful thing as it can build a new world and also can fight for its beliefs for others. Next one is The Last Man by Mary Shelley. It is an apocalyptic novel discussed much in this webinar. Uh, Significant novel published in 1826. The new version of future is narrated in this novel. The last paragraph I will read. Mary writes, "Let us live for each other and for happiness. Let us seek peace in our dear home, near the inland murmur of streams and the gracious waving of trees, the beauteous vesture of earth, and sublime pageantry of the skies. Let us live life that we may live. The Hot Zone. Uh, it was published in 1994. Narrates two true events about an outbreak of the Ebola virus at a monkey facility in Reston, Virginia, in the late 1980s. The virus is known as Ebola Reston, and it is far more dangerous than AIDS, as it spreads fast. As Preston writes, viruses are molecular sharks, a motive without a mind, compact, hard, logical, totally selfish. The virus is dedicated to making copies of itself, which it can on occasion with radiant speed. The book, uh, one movie is also made on this book, Outbreak in 1995, a watchable movie. Now, the last part, discussion and finding. Some of the discussion I will read due to this time. The first one, literature has worked as a pathway of life to the society by following which people can build a better living system in the surroundings. Are we ready for the next epidemic turning out to be pandemic? We have to learn from past experiences and history. Only then humanity will survive. It is the time to rise above by ourselves, which Camus has pointed out. Man has to dissect the crisis and move ahead. Uh, the people who look well and well healthy from first sight inside can be more dangerous as the virus is not observed into them, as Defoe has narrated in his book. It is quite correlated to COVID-19 recently. Another thing we observe is to contain the contagion inside one room. Contain to contagion is a word used in Defoe's novel by providing necessities. But at that time, during London Plague, it was not there. The humanity approach was missing at that time. Further, one should not be desperate for relying and taking false treatments in hurry in order to protect himself. Last one, for governments, the only responsibility of saving people is to create scope of surviving for them and to put medical services fully on for all. Politics must be kept aside and people's safety must come. The conclusion, the second line, all the time, human beings became helpless in front of such viruses, whether it was at the time of Black Death in Europe, in Middle Ages, the bubonic plague in London in 1665, influenza or Spanish flu in 1918, or it is now the contemporary coronavirus COVID-19. All the money and technology also are in vain. Only precautions like social, physical distancing actually, and health awareness have helped us. The last line I want to read: each of us has the plague within him. No one on earth is free from it. These are my references I used to prepare my paper. So thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, and congratulations for your first presentation in the field of
Actually, I presented
literature.
many papers in education, but this is my first in literature. And thank you, Bharat sir, for providing such an opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I would request Hitendrakumar Patel to read his paper, and after this paper, we will have Ms. Parul Soni. Thank you. Sir, please click on stop sharing. Hitendra sir. Hello. Hitendra sir. Sir, your voice is not audible. Please unmute your mic. Okay, sir. Sir, your voice is not audible. Please unmute your microphone. Sir, we cannot hear you.
Is it Dr. Hitendra Patel going to speak?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Are you on mobile phone or laptop? You better remove your this hands free. Without that, you speak. Yeah. Remove that from the device, and maybe the sound will be heard. Yeah. Say something. No, still we cannot get your sound. We cannot get your sound. No. Are you on laptop? I think you can rejoin again, log out and rejoin, and remove the hands free from. Hello? Yes? Yes? Yeah. Yeah, let us take another one.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Now I would request Ms. Parul Soni. Please read your paper.
Ma'am, am I audible to you?
Yes.
Uh, is my the title of paper visible to all?
Yes.
Good afternoon to all the delegates present here, and a special thank to Dr. Dilip sir for giving us all of us an opportunity to interact virtually. Before starting, I would like to draw your kind attention to a few media reports being circulated in past few days. First, where a kid from an elite family is provided with a birthday cake by police. Second, a migrant kid putting his load on the trolley suitcase. Third, a migrant worker wearing shoes made out of Bisleri water bottles. And fourth, some state the long queues at liquor shop, and in some states the sale is around 300 crores. And the fifth image is from Italy, where it is claimed that around a complete generation has been died due to this pandemic. If we look closely at these images, we will find out that in the first and second image, there comes the issue of hegemonic or power structures, where the people where the structures different for different classes, and the loss of generation means loss of rich culture and heritage which pass on from generations to generation. The idea of my paper combines both these images, that how the hegemonic structures work in the depletion of vulnerable people, leading to their cultural and identity loss. Due to the limited time, I think that I should not go into the detailed analysis of every character of the selected text. I will just put an outline of each text. Starting with Susan Sontag from her book Illness as a Metaphor, where she quotes, quote, "Illness is the night side of a life, a more vulnerable citizenship. Everyone is born holds dual citizenship in the kingdom of well and in the kingdom of sick. Although we all prefer to use only the good passport, sooner or later, each of us is obliged, at least for a spell, to identify ourselves as a citizen of that other place." Unquote. But sometimes the shift to other kingdom is forced. Such a state of affairs can be located in the European colonization of the New World, which brought catastrophic depopulation of the native Americans. According to the theory of virgin soil epidemic, popularized in Jared Diamond's Guns, Germs, and Steels, European brought the disease to which the native were not immune. The resulting epidemics took the lives of the 70% or more native population. This had both direct and indirect impacts. The decay from disease weakened communities. There were fewer people to hunt, plant, and the worst, the loss of cultural transfer from one generation to another. The present paper focuses to Native American literature, that how these indigenous people mourn their loss of rich cultural heritage and their resulting identity loss. The paper will analyze the writings of three novelists, that is Anne Scott Mamade, Leslie Marmot Silko, and Louisa Edridge. A Yale historian, David Bryan Davis, describes the impact of epidemics of Euro-American colonization on natives as, quote, "the greatest genocide in the history of man." Yet, it's increasingly clear that most of the change had nothing to do with European barbarianism. The worst of suffering was caused not by swords or guns, but by germs, unquote. Post-epidemic times were crippling for the natives because it crippled their culture and identity beyond repair. Hence, the people struggled hard to save their lives and the other symbols of their identity and culture, because for them, identity counts and the culture was the most significant. The post-pandemic era witnessed the beginnings of dramatic changes in the thought process of natives and attempted to answer the basic question, who are we? And they found the answer in the terms of ancestry, religion, language, history, values, customs, and institutions, and identified themselves with their cultural groups, tribes, religious communities, nations, and at the broadest level, citizenship. The central idea of the present paper echoes with the wise word of Jack Kellogg, to quote, "Future conflicts will be sparked by cultural factors rather than economics or ideology," unquote. The modes employed by N. Scott Mamade were history, myth, orature, autobiography, and so on to express the vulnerability of identity and culture of Native Americans. The groundbreaking text, House Made of Dawn and The Way to Rainy Mountain by Mamade have been selected for the discussion to point out the mourning natives for identity and culture. House Made of Dawn rewards the careful reader with Abel's dislocation and disease when the old generations were residing in the false hope of rejuvenating the future generations with rich heritage. Abel's failure in the inarticulation of his thought is a clear indication of his failure. Wholeness can only be established by the word. The Way to Rainy Mountain is an Indian narrative. It is a brilliant example of Mamade lead the reader to the word of magic realism. With the help of language, Mamade tries to highlight the truth common to the Kiowa people, that all people, whether consciously or not, are on the way to Rainy Mountain. For him, the way to Rainy Mountain is not only the physical migration of the Kiowas, but also his personal journey of retrieval. Mamade, in his effort to regain his native self, glorifies the Kiowa culture and depends on the oral tradition, demonstrating his nostalgia for the time which can never return. The second author For the already dying culture, the power proves to be a fuel to fire. And Leslie Marmon-Silko very efficiently suggests that survival of native identity primarily needs a considerable knowledge to defy the colonizer discourse and to challenge the anti-human colonial power structures residing in cross-cultural
Ma'am, you
globalized
have two
communities.
more minutes.
Yes, sure, ma'am. Let me wind up. The books I have selected from Luza Edrich, I have selected Love, Medicine and Tracks to just I am coming to the conclusion now. The books ask whether it is possible for the native characters to survive and participate in broader society while still maintaining the traditions that have been passed down through their culture. The most salient expression of this conflict is in the depiction of religion and spirituality. Christianity threatens to eliminate the traditional beliefs, but misunderstandings of the most important aspects of the both system of belief and misplaced priorities cause the greatest amount of trouble in the books. The authors show how the self-destructive impulses of the tribe members themselves threaten their ability to prevail in the face of external threats. Overall, they suggest that white focus on individualism, a foreign concept to the native culture, ultimately weakens the native's ability to survive. As the threat of the logging industry and the Western culture encroaches on the native areas, the Native American tradition, most closely tied to landscape, are also threatened. Without the land and wildlife, the culture of their tribe is endangered because nature is very biased to them. Detached from the natural world that used to provide the tribe its sustenance in the form of animals to hunt and vegetation to deplete, the tribe is forced to participate in monetary exchange with the outside world for what they need. As their land is sold and harvested by the bank and the lumber companies, the tribe people lost their teacher to the way they know how to live, their cultural tradition and their gods that have sustained their hope in times of trouble. The powerlessness of marginalized groups, as depicted in this paper, has been defined in the reference to Native American writers. Most recent studies, as well as contemporary social and political developments, have shown that dominant groups grip on the power to define their ability to subordinate alternative identities, values, and perception of either past or present realities or is not limitless. Indeed, marginalized people often use identities both individually and collectively as a means of challenging normative assumptions and perceptive values in order to reclaim their identities and culture. Marginalized groups often face complex choices in defining and enacting their own identity. They may choose or feel compelled to assimilate to the norms and values of dominant groups, thus abandoning alternate identities or at least judging them by standards of the dominant group, as illustrated in the selected. Therefore, the paper tries to offer fascinating and stimulating points which are central to the study of human experience and interaction in the post-epidemic era in order to protect their identity and culture. Paper can be summed up in the words of quote, I was with them and yet I was alone, unquote. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for this for presentation. Uh, Now I would request Hitendra Patel, sir. Are you there?
Can you hear me, ma'am? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Now
Hello.
your voice is audible. Yes, sir.
Journalist, playwright, and writer of philosophical essay, and Nobel laureate. His literary career begins with his political career, and it makes him a legendary figure from terrorism to political violence and psychological conflict to suicide and the death penalty. So I have the collection of all the books of Albert Camus because this is from Penguin classes, and I have done PhD on Albert Camus, and I have read since these books since 2009. So I have read The Plague also. So The Plague is an Albert Camus' most popular novel. The story is of an Algerian society, and the society is quarantined on the arrival of the plague. So the story begins with the dead rats appearing in the streets, and the inhabitant starts falling ill with this strange illness. But the plague is more than a horror tale. Camus sets the plague. It means the outbreak of bubonic plague. Bubonic here means the guilty. So in the Algerian society, the human population starts falling ill with the mysterious fever, and the doctors become convinced that the illness is the bubonic plague. But the people's authority are slow to act. Finally, the city is placed under quarantine, same with the coronavirus disease, is an infectious disease caused by the new virus COVID-19, and the world is trapped in this. The first part is related with Dr. Ryu and his fellow town people deals with the sudden infestation of dead rats, and he soon realizes an outbreak of the plague. Part 2 begins with the closing of the city Oran. In this part 2, we have the characters like Rambert, the town priest, Father Panelo, as well as Jean Taru. He is the visitor of an Oran. So part 3 merely describes the height of the plague devastations. Part 4 begins with the Rambert's attempt to escape and return to his wife, even though after repeated failure, he eventually decides to stay and help the people of Oran. In the final section, Teru is claimed as one of the plague last victim. When the infestation is over, the town is reopened and Rambert is reunited with his wife. Is it audible, madam? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. So in the same way, we can see we can see the present scenario. All the medical fraternities nowadays, all the medical fraternities, the paramedical forces, police department, and all the cleanliness drives have become the part and parcel during the time of Corona. So we can see here in the plague also the role of journalist, the role of the sermon, the role of the doctor's review himself. So what I want to say is that the people like we attempts to escape the city and other remains to fight with the plague the best they can. At the end of the novel, Camus reminds the reader that although the plague has left Oran, the plague could return at any time in our society. So the central irony in the plague is Camus' treatment of freedom, and the citizen of Oran become prisoner of the plague, whether the city falls under total quarantine. So in this way, we all are now total quarantine because of red or green or whatever zone. So in this context, I want to show Corona affected Indian scenario in poetic manner. So I have written a poem on Corona as a result of the plague, which was uh, read by me. So the poem is written by me for the remedies against Corona. So the lines are there. We don't know the time when Corona will end up. We now mean even tomorrow, next week, next. Hence, the entire humanity begins now moving forward here and there. Isn't it? Human beings need self isolation, need mental, emotional, physical resistant power for the time to come. I think COVID-19 coming faster than that of aeroplane. Social upheavals, social distancing, climate change, and the possibilities to come. The only way is to quarantine at home. So how to spend time at home? It looks not imaginable or not thinkable. Anyway, starting to if it happens, so when and how long? So government mandated self-quarantine. So wash your hand and at the interval of 1 hour or 20 seconds with a soap or a sanitizer. Let us interval personally. When the whole world is threatened by the pandemics, ruling party and opposing party, all kinds of resources and support we need. So let us follow all this in the hope of bringing peace. So let me conclude. Nowadays, Corona has become a challenging and war-like situation for human beings like Albert Camus, the plague. And in such massive influence of corona all over the world, we all are in the tight corner during the lockdown period. So let us follow the rules of hygiene and have a faith in God. So in a nutshell, we all know that the pandemic consequences of corona. So we pray to God. In His will is our peace. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your views and a very relevant poem. Now I would invite Anusuya Paul for presentation, and after that, I would request Manjushree M to be ready with the presentation. Thank you. Anusuya Paul, are you ready?
Anusuya Paul, you are not audible yet. You have to. Hello.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yes, now you are audible. Are you sharing screen?
No, sir, I'm not sharing the screen. I'll just be reading out my paper. I hope
Okay.
I'm visible too.
Yes, you are visible. Yeah, please continue. Yeah.
Okay, sir. So I'll be just reading out my paper titled Power at Play, Reading Beyond the Narrative of Epidemics in the Selected Writings of Premchand and Tagore. I would like to begin by focusing on Lala Pateshwari, who was the pretensive philanthropist in Munshi Premchand's novel Godan that was published in 1936. In the translation of Godan by Anurag Yadav, who never fails to associate the sarcasm with which Premchand originally wrote, Pateshwari is described as a kind-hearted good man of the village who would every fortnight religiously conduct ceremonies to propitiate the gods, but at the same time would never pay his irrigators, who were also his debtors, and Pateshwari was growing wealthier with time from the interests on loans which he gave to the peasants. Not only that he directly exploited the peasants, but he was also a nodal agency in the continuum. He was in the continuum of capitalist exploitation of the poor working class, which could be understood with his act of giving away the produce from the farms of those who owed his favor to the police and junior officials from the local court. This is a perfect description of how capitalism makes the system subservient, and ideologies of secularism or democracy are further mocked at by exploiting and marginalizing the rights of the poor. Why I depict this example in the context of literature and pandemics is that this generously philanthropic feudal lord is also seen distributing the quinine tablets which were supplied free by the government to the people during the epidemics. Premchand remarkably depicts his philanthropism. I quote here: during epidemics, he earned undying admiration of all and sundry by distributing quinine tablets that the government supplied for free. This is what Pateshwari wanted, a sort of idolization among the poor that would help him maintain his wealth and propagate his feudal power. The passing reference to epidemics in Premchand's stories like Idga and Doodh Ka Dam also compels one to think at the loss of a parent in the child's life who gets exploited economically, socially, as he belonged to either a lower class or caste, and most importantly, because the child always remained a minor literally and metaphorically. and hence remained merely at the bottom of the receiving chain. In these two stories, Premchand shows the world from the eyes of the child protagonists, who instead of accounting their experiences with a certain sense of subjectivity or power, only are shown to feel the difference between the dichotomies of the rich and the poor, rural and the urban, low and high in terms of caste, and thus become the victim, being a minor, not yet ready to take care of themselves, and failing to control their desires. In the book Living with Epidemics in Colonial Bengal, published in 2017 by Aravindo Shamanto, one gets a grim picture of how epidemics like malaria, cholera, and plague had disturbed the conscience of the Bengali intelligentsia like Charat Chandra Chattopadhyay, Vibhuti Bhushan Bandyopadhyay, and Tagore during the colonial times, where these writers depicted the tumultuous effects of these epidemics not only on the vanishing body but also used them as metaphors which impacted class, caste, and gender. Since my attempt in this paper is to focus on the selected writings of Premchand and Tagore, I would just dare to briefly summarize what Shamanta points out at his study. Bengali colonial writers, who were also the advocates of nationalism, looked at the sheer negligence of the colonial empire, who ignored the living conditions of the lower rungs of the society and allowed their lives to be consumed by death. Failure of treatment, lack of vaccination took away the lives of thousands, and it was observed that a certain kind of stoicism creeped into the lives of the people where they were aware of when and how they would be attacked by the disease. For example, in Shambhu Chatterjee's Arakshanya, the protagonist takes dinner early, goes to bed, and covers himself with his quilt, waiting for the fever to come. Not only this, many narratives have also depicted widowhood in young girls from villages who would be married to victims of malaria, losing their husbands soon. Such narratives of the epidemics revealing the realistic accounts of suffering were interrogations on the British Raj, which consistently failed to make the living conditions of the poor better and further accentuated the image of the natives as dirty, unhygienic, besides being savage and barbaric. Tagore's narrative poem Puroton Brityo, The Old Man's Servant, published in 1917, precisely points at the hegemonic class and race differences which are more sharply visible at times of an epidemic crisis. The old man's servant, who is ill treated, abused, and scorned, chased out of the house, becomes the caretaker and the life savior of the Zamindar, who detestingly takes the old man's servant to assist him during the pilgrimage to Vrindavan. While on the pilgrimage, the Zamindar is afflicted with smallpox. All the other pilgrims who shared the same living area leave one after the other, but the old manservant stays back to take care of his master, however, finally consuming himself to death by smallpox. Tagore's poem elaborates the abuse of the old manservant, the rich and luxurious life of the Zamindar, and the hatred of the mistress towards the old manservant to elaborate narration of how he took care of his master while suffering from smallpox. But when it was the turn of the servant, no such care, no such attention from the master was narrated, however. The master deeply mourned the death and also his failure to save his loyal servant. Now, such a difference in the narration can be interpreted in two ways. Number one, that the old man servant named Keshto, meaning dark, another name for young Lord Krishna, had to suffer death to save his master. And the color black here is very much indicative of the racial other that also exists within the Indian society. Number two, the mourning of the master and his state of helplessness to save his loyal servant also pointed at the lack of medical aid which he could have used to save Keshto's life. This is in complete contrast to what Pateshwari displayed in Premchand's novel. Finally, before concluding, what I would like to point out is these writings, in powerful ways, advocated socialism as against capitalism that only benefited the bourgeoisie in colonial times, and on the contrary, the materialism that it infused was another form of psychic epidemic that further widened the gap between the rich and the poor, the capitalist and the working class. The passing references to the epidemics and the elaborate narration of the socio-economic conditions are striking contrasts which draw necessary attention to the immediacy with which we as a nation should plan, strategize to fight against such situations by examining what essentially lacked in the past. By bringing in the past to the present, we are bound to interrogate on how we have progressed as a human race. Finally, my appeal through this paper is to realize the need to include more such writings and texts in the syllabus of the schools and colleges, since they can be read not only as accounts of epidemics, but also as criticisms of power and agencies for building solidarity across different class, caste, and gender. Last, my appeal is to include such texts in the departments of humanities, which are there in professional and technical schools of education too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for this good blended presentation.
Thank you.
Now I would request Manjushree M to begin with the paper, and after that, Nagaratna V.Parande. Please be ready with your presentation. Thank you. Manjushree M, you are not audible. Please unmute your microphone.
Is she getting ready?
Sir,
Is
we
she
are
getting-
not. She is not audible, sir.
Acha, she is not audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So then you can take next if she is not getting ready. Then
Okay, sir. So next, I would request Nagaratna V.Parande.
yes, Nagaratna V.Parande, are you there? He is from Karnataka. Mr. V.Parande. Okay, next is Sindhu.
Okay.
Sindhu.
Sindhu.
Next one, yeah.
Yes, sir. Next is Sindhu.N.S.
Okay, you can move on. Next.
Okay, next would request Girish N. Girish N, sir.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, thank you very much for the wonderful opportunity to present my paper over here. The paper entitled Alienation in the Last Man of Mary Shelley deals with the metaphoric depiction of plague and questions societal failure. It also argues that the alienation of the protagonist, Verney, as a historical situation. The plague in the novel destroys the whole human race, leaving behind only one survivor. To a great extent, Mary Shelley is pointing out to the helplessness of humans when nature starts alienating them. Mary Shelley, as we all know, was one of the most important writers
Yes,
who wrote during the
Mr.
Romantic
Girish.
age.
Mr. Girish, if you can speak a little bit louder. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Am I
Yes.
clear now?
Yeah, that is good. Yeah.
Yeah. Mary Shelley, as we all know, was one of the most important writers who wrote during the Romantic age and early Victorian period. She was the daughter of Mary Wollstonecraft and William Godwin, who are pioneering writers of their age. She was the wife of Percy B. Shelley and close friend of Lord Byron. The novel Last Man not only highlights the socio-political aspects of 19th century, but also to a great extent reflects the circumstances of her own life. Alienation always played an important role in her life. Her mother's death, only a few weeks after giving birth to her. Later on, the death of her own children, her husband, and friends always alienated her. The Last Man is the story of Lionel Verney, narrated by himself. He is the last man alive on earth after a rapacious plague accompanies sudden, ill-fated climate change and interminable armed conflicts at the end of 21st century. The novel is set in future time of the 21st century, wherein the planet Earth has been destroyed by a pandemic. The Last Man is narrated from the year 2100, detailing the events from 2092 onwards, when plague accompanies uncanny changes in the Earth's typical climate to annihilate humanity. Encyclopedia Britannica lists alienation in 6 categories. First one, powerlessness, the feeling that one's destiny is not under one's own control, but it is determined by external agents, fate, luck, or institutional arguments. 2. Meaninglessness, referring either to the lack of comprehensibility or consistent meaning in any domain of action, or to a generalized sense of purposelessness in life. Third, normalness, the lack of commitment to shared social conventions of behavior. Fourth, cultural estrangement, the sense of removal from established values in society. Fifth, social isolation, the sense of loneliness or exclusion in social relations. And the last one is self estrangement, the understanding that in one way or another, the individual is out of touch with himself. The entire narration in the text is heard from the point of view of Lionel Verney, the last man, the orphan son of an impoverished nobleman. From the very beginning of the novel, alienation haunts Lionel. Though his father was a nobleman and a friend of the king, but because of his gambling habits, he is cast away. This led to the death of his father and the starting point of alienation in the life of Lionel and his sister Perdita. Though Lionel's father writes a letter to the king before his death to take care of his children, no help reaches him. This further enhances Lionel's hatred towards the monarch and always had a revengeful attitude towards them. He states, I quote, my morals unimproved, my hatred to my oppression increased tenfold. Bread and water did not tame my blood, nor do solitary confinements inspire me with gentle thought. I was angry, impatient, miserable. My only happy hours were those during which I devised a scheme of revenge. Unquote. Lionel and his sister grew up without the parental influence, which resulted in their becoming uncivilized. This leads to the aggressive behavior of Lionel. His sister, Perdita, starts to alienate herself from the society and spends her time in isolation. Quote, all the time she spent in solitude, she would ramble to the most unfrequented places and scale dangerous heights, that in those unvisited spots she might wrap herself in loneliness. Unquote. Mary Shelley, through these two characters, is also pointing onto the condition of orphans during the Victorian era. Justin Nerendorf, in her thesis Living Conditions of the Orphan in the 19th Century England, puts forth, quote, after losing one parent, the probability of being abandoned became greater because the work doubled for the single parent in trying to sustain the family. With no proper help from the government, many of the children died of disease, lack of food, and terrible living conditions. Even the orphanages, the condition was very poor, which often led the children either die early because of some disease or malnutrition or became criminals. Unquote. Mary Shelley articulates this understanding of orphans through the character of Lionel in this novel, who has to undergo a similar suffering. But hatred of Lionel is turned into respect and love for Adrian, the son of former king, when he meets him and understands the kind-natured Adrian personally. He also realizes the authenticity of the truth regarding the recently discovered letter which Lionel's father once sent to the king for supporting his children. Lionel and Adrian became close friends, and under Adrian's guidance, Lionel argues in pursuing the political endeavor in Vienna. But this friendship leads into Perdita meeting Sir Raymond and falling in love with him. She also realizes that Evadne from Adrian loves also Raymond. Throughout the novel, there is struggle between the three, Raymond, Evadne, and Perdita. The very structure of love is seen to be collapsing in the later part of the novel. Commenting about Shelley's ideas about her life, the life of women during the 1920s, Mellor states in Shelley's biography entitled Mary Shelley, Her Life, Her Fiction, Her Monsters, quote, the only alternative that Mary Shelley represents in The Last Man to this female experience of dependency and self-destruction within the family is a stoical solipsism rendered endurable only by an escapist imagination, unquote. Most critics allude Adrian to be an idealized representation of Percy Shelley, while Raymond is a disguised Byron. Okay, I'll quickly wrap up. To conclude, one, he talks about the changes that were brought in by the plague to the ex-queen, who was a symbol of monarchical values like higher social rank, heredity, right, and wealth. He says, quote, to me, this proceeding appeared extremely whimsical. Now that the race of human had lost, in fact, all distinctions of rank, this pride was doubly factitious. Now that we felt a kindred, fraternal nature with all who bore the stamp of humanity, this angry reminiscence of times forever gone was worse than foolish. Idris was too much taken up by her own dreadful fears to be angry, hardly grieved, for she judged the insensibility must be the source of this continued rancor. This was not altogether the fact, but predominant self will assume The arms of the mask and callous failing, and the haughty lady disdained to exhibit any token of the struggle she endured, while the slave of pride, she fancied that she sacrificed her happiness to immutable principle. False was all this, false all but the affections of our nature, and the links of sympathy with pleasure or pain. There was but one good and one evil in the world, life and death. The pomp or rank, the assumption of power, the possession of wealth vanished like morning mist. One living beggar had become of more worth than a national peerage of dead lords. Alas, the day, than the dead heroes, patriots, or men of genius. There was much of degradation in this, for even the vice and virtue had lost their attributes. Life, life, the continuation of animal mechanism, was the alpha and omega of the desires, the prayers, the prostrate ambition of human race. I quote. I once again thank you very much for the opportunity to present my paper over here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for this insightful presentation. Now I would request Jane Teresa to begin with her paper.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So, warm good afternoon to everyone. Myself, Jane. This is my first attempt in writing a paper on an epidemic. As we all know, epidemic is the rapid spread of disease to a large number of people within a short period of time. The epidemic is a recurring theme in literary history. Writers over centuries have repeatedly explored it in prose, verse, underlining not just its terrifying power, but also the resilience of human mind in confronting it. When we look into the difference between an epidemic and a pandemic is a global disease outbreak. It differs from epidemic because it affects a wider geographical area. So COVID-19 is a pandemic and is the greatest challenge we have faced ever since after World War II. It has spread to every continent. Even I myself never imagined I would present a paper in the midst of a pandemic. So now we all are revisiting and rethinking literature about mass disease in the context of the coronavirus pandemic. The novel which I have taken for the presentation is Plague Year by Jeff Carlson. It is a series of 3 novels which is based on the spread of plague evolved from the nanotechnology designed to fight cancer. So let me present my paper. The title of my paper is The Pain and Praise of Remembering and Forgetting. Remembering and forgetting tragic events in life cultivate consciousness and advocate insights from both of these. Forgetting is a virtue and has a moral significance. As Emily Dickinson once said, the mind is wider than the sky, and it comes to the complexity of storing memories. Every experience in life, good or unpleasant, provides the opportunity to grow into a beautiful human being. After a traumatic experience, remembering the event brings a huge amount of stress and mental tension. According to Kate, a clinical psychologist, if the brain registers an overwhelming trauma, the brain will attempt to protect itself by forgetting it. Whenever a crisis situation comes in one's life, we should act stronger and wiser. Life is a mixture of happy moments, mundane normality, and difficult situation. So, problems and difficulties are very natural in everyone's life. We must greet our problem whenever it comes to our life and should make ourselves understand that it is quite natural and happens in everyone's life. When we face an extra stressful situation which shakes us to our core, having strong emotional intelligence, self-efficacy, and resilience will help ourselves and make our life the most beautiful. There are moments in our life when hope emerges out from the ashes. Plague Song is the last part from the Plague Year series by Jeff Carlson, which is a high-threatening thriller which takes readers to the precipice of disaster. The novel is the most deadly and high-octane thriller that draws a spark of hope in the midst of despair. Jeff Carlson proved himself that he is a magnificent world builder and destroyer as he writes a mesmerizing tale of science and technology. Riveting and frightening, the future is very dark in Carlson's world. The readers feel the horror, pain, exhaustion, frustration, and triumph of his characters. The novel shows an apocalyptic world devastated by plague. It portrays harrowing, heartfelt, and rock hard realities. The novel is one of the best debate science fiction, which is frightening, plausible, and action packed. The best and worst of human nature is explored in the novel by maintaining a constant tension that keeps the pages turning to the very end. Plague Song is gruesome, dramatic, and exhilarating. The characters never stand still. They face when they face certain death, every time they turn around. The Plague series contains three novels. The first one is Plague Year, followed by Plague War. Plague Zone is the last novel. I have got a bad feeling, Cam. He smiled. Don't you always? Get out, please. No, Eric might still be alive if he is unconscious. This is from Carlson's novel, Plague series. So, this is the beginning of the novel Plague Zone. Even if life is mostly very difficult and full of hardship, still people believe in our willpower. The beginning of the novel leads the readers to more pathetic and horrible events. In the most difficult experience in their life, the characters learn to display determination and bravery. At the end of the novel, readers feel that love is such a strong force that it can help one defy the laws of the natural world and make extraordinary things happen. Remembering and forgetting of painful memories is the theme which is studied in this paper. It seemed that it could be caught simply by conversing with someone who has affected. Indeed, the plague was so virulent that contact with victims was not necessary, for it could be handling their belongings. With the widespread fear caused by the virulent nature of the infection and very high mortality rate among those who contacted the deceased people, sometimes he marveled that he was alive at all. Here in the novel, the description of Eric's body is terrorful. The quoting, Cam saw that Eric was gone. Hundreds of red worker drones crawled from the wet cavities of Eric's face, exhuming his insides through his mouth and face. Most people are exposed to at least one violent or life-threatening situation during the course of their lives. The death of the loved ones is very traumatic time. Not everyone copes with these potentiality disturbing events in the same way. Though coping with loss can be deeply personal experience, human resilience helps in the bereavement and grief process. Moreover, development psychologists have shown that resilience is more common than often believed, and that there are multiple and sometimes unexpected pathways to resilience. Most of the survivors called it plague year, restarting the calendar and forgetting everything else in human history. The disease killed more than 1 billion people and left thousands of animal species extinct. The famine persisted for long. The harvest was far smaller than usual, and the food reserves of many families were quickly depleted. Draft animals were slaughtered, seed grains were eaten, infants and the younger children were abandoned. Most of the elderly voluntarily starved themselves to death so that the younger members of the family might live. The surviving people and animals were too weak. Now, the world is at the risk of widespread famines caused by coronavirus pandemic. A report estimates that the number suffering from hunger could go from 135 million to more than 250 million. Many countries are affected by economic crisis and food crisis. WSP says our expertise and leadership bring together the teams and the programs necessary to make
You
certain
have
that
2 minutes left.
okay, ma'am, I will make it short. COVID-19 pandemic does not become a human and food crisis catastrophe. So in the present scenario, An increase in symptoms of depression and anxiety are already been reported in number of countries. So the most common emotion caused by all of us is fear. So we must overcome this crisis situation, otherwise we cannot sustain our life. Therefore, understanding the present situation and realizing what all measures are to be taken to withstand it and thereby putting it into practice is the best solution. Remember, good mental stability in the difficult times will surely help you win the battle more easily. Thanks a lot for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jean, for this wonderful presentation.
Welcome, ma'am.
Now,
Most welcome.
now I would request Divya MS to begin with the paper.
Hello, good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, good afternoon to everyone. First, thank you, Dilip sir and ma'am Vaidhi ma'am for giving an opportunity to present my paper titled Exploring the Narratives of an Epidemic and Resilience as Portrayed in The Secret Garden by Francis Hodgson Burnett. I'm presenting this paper for the national seminar. And I would like to begin with a quoting: Teach your children what we have taught our children, that the earth is our mother. What befalls the earth befalls the son of the earth. If men spit on the ground, they spit upon themselves. No other cause feels apt to begin with than that of Chief Seattle, which stands relevant even now. In this novel, The Secret Garden, we find how the nature brought back Mary and Colleen, the two children in the novel, to the life, who were left behind by their own blood, and how our protagonist, Mary, treats nature and finds solace there. Nature gave them back what they wanted. As we all know, humanity faces the catastrophic COVID-19 pandemic. It is quite relevant to think about such representations in literature, and I'm very much grateful to the Lipser for organizing such a seminar, webinar. The current pandemic of COVID-19 has presented an unprecedented and an enormous challenge to human communities across the globe. Throughout history, thousands have undergone heart-rending sufferings and horrors beyond their worst dreams, being eyewitness and of genocides, wars, holocaust, tortures, plagues, epidemic, drought, floods, and earthquakes. Humans have, time and again, exhibited extraordinary resilience in adapting to the situation and overcoming it. Mary Lennox, our protagonist, survived the cholera that swept away her entire family because no one had looked for her, rather, she was not exposed to. It is about her resilience and comeback in this novel, and I find this topic very relevant to the situation that we're facing now. Our protagonist, Mary Lennox, is a 10-year-old girl. She was born in India to a very wealthy British parents who actually never wanted her. They just ignored her. And she was being brought up by the native servants, like who allowed her to be spoiled, aggressive, and self-centered. And when the novel started, we'll get an idea of the whole plot gets alleviated by the epidemic cholera which spreads all over India, and naturally her parents and servants all died. She was left alone because no one cared for her. She actually hid behind a nursery and no one looked after her, and she was the only survival in the whole Bangla as depicted in the novel. And when the military came in search of like any life left behind, they find this little 10-year-old girl hiding behind a table in the nursery, and she was just asking, sir, I felt asleep. I know I heard all kinds of noises of cholera that's happening in my house, but no one came and searched for me. What has actually happened? And she naturally didn't think about her parents because they didn't actually want her. And then she was sent back to England, where her uncle was there, and again we find the same situation there because her uncle had a son called Colin, and he was also 11 years old. He was not actually crippled, he was bedridden. He was very much attached to his wife, and after delivery, on his sudden death, he became depressed and he didn't even look after his son. His wife has a beautiful garden. Every day she went to the garden, and she planted roses there, and such as a beautiful garden. She finds solace there in that garden. And after her death, Mary's uncle threw away the key and allowed no one to visit that garden again. Then in this novel, we find that what we need to do is like Mary's resilience that has actually captured me in such a situation. She went like that no one was there to take care of her. She went alone in the nature every day. There was a red beautiful robin, to assist her. They went walking through all the moors in England, and they found suddenly they found that something was hidden deep in the soil, which like Robin was just searching on, and she found a key. So she heard about Martha, her servant, saying about the secret, beautiful hidden garden there. And she opened the garden. She entered all the flowers. And she was very much in touch with the nature. Later on, she found that a young boy, her cousin, Colin, is also in the bungalow. He was hidden in some of the rooms there. She went and visited him every day and talked to him about the beautiful garden. And naturally, he feels like, yeah, my mother, she told him, Colin, that your mother used to nurture that garden. So Colin said that, like, I want to see that garden. And both of them went there every day. And naturally, he began to be a healthy child, Mary also. So the whole novel says about the transformation, the resilience, how they took on, such a pandemic. Not again about the cholera that spread across India that time, about how we accepted such an epidemic. Now we are safe at our home. Sitting at a home itself, we do feel frustrated. We can even sit in the four safe walls. Like we want to go outside. But think about the situation of those two little kids came back to life. So that is why I quoted the paper with Chief Seattle's wordings because I find very apt to it. See, whatever befalls nature, that will befall on get over in a time, and we should listen to what authorities, healthcare, like our doctors, the healthcare, so whatever they're saying, we should listen to the authorities and just be patient. The resilience will surely work on, because in such an era that the worst of the time that we are facing now, resilience is the best way, because when we see the literatures, as most of the presenters have presented their paper on almost all the parts of the literature that they could depict, what we need to learn from this webinar is be patient and be patient and listen to the authorities. That will surely help them to help us to get healed of this epidemic that is fast growing. And this novel very finds relevance how at last Mary and Colin both became very much close to the nature, and both became very healthy children, as haven't ever received or love us or caring us. The parents have never even bothered about them, how to love their own children. They just ignored them because their own self-centric thoughts. So this novel, I think this novel will teach us how to be resilient in such an epidemic, and how we can move ahead, and have a control on ourselves. That is my paper about. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you
Thank
so
you very
much
much,
for giving me an
Divya.
opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am, for this wonderful presentation. Now I would request Ms. Swapna.N.R to read the paper. Ms. Swapna, are you ready? You are not audible.
Is it Swapna 1987? That's Swapna, please unmute your mic. Unplug from the device if it is connected. I think there is a problem. Your voice. No, no, Swapna, your voice is not audible. Yeah. Have you unplugged your headphone, earphone from device, laptop, mobile, both? Have you unplugged it? But have you given a permission to use microphone when you started meet?
Ma'am, I'm not able to open my PowerPoint. I'll present it otherwise.
Yeah, okay, fine. Please continue.
Yeah, yeah. The topic for my presentation is Fear Spreads, but Humans Wear the Armor of Post-Humans. During this pandemic of COVID-19, there is depression, stress, and anxiety, panic that is increasing, which is leading to more stress, more anxiety, and more panic. In this presentation, I'll be analyzing the movie Contagion, which is a 2011 American thriller film that is directed by Steven Spielberg. I'll be examining on the infectious disease dynamics, role of doctors and social media in health promotion, biosymbiosis of humans and viruses, and how resilience versus pestilence. There are several cinematic portrayals on how where they are presenting the virus outbreaks, they are conveying the idea of quarantine and vaccine development. But what makes Contagion very unique is that they, through the characters and the storyline, they are trying to present the characteristics, the control strategies, and also whether it is successful or a failure. Now, in this movie, there is a character, Alan Cromweed, who is a health blogger. This role is played by Jude Law, and he says, on day one, there were 2 people, and then 4, and then 16. In 3 months, it's a billion. That's where we are headed. This shows the characteristic trait of the communicable disease. And on the other hand, we have Dr. Erin Mears, a role that is played by Kate Winslet, and she is CDC Epidemic Intelligence Service Officer, who tells one of the CDC staff to stop touching your face. Now, in the next scene, it is shown how fastidiously the CDC staff is applying the alcohol gels on his hands. So this shows also conveys that how the hand hygiene is a best strategy because it is an universal evidence-based approach, which is also real and educational. Now, Dr. Erin Mears in the movie also discovers R0, which is a reproductive number that helps in understanding the transmission, how long the duration of the infection in the human bodies, how long it can persist. Now, in this movie, the role of public health physicians is very explicitly shown on how Dr. Chivyar, he's not only an expert in knowledge transfer, but also who has data analysis and goes through several field investigations. Now, there's a scene where one of the CDC staff, he is actually telling Dr. Chivyar that his son has an attention deficit disorder, and Dr. Chivyar says, "And I'm not that kind of a doctor, but I can recommend you to another doctor." And there's also another incident where Dr. Chivyar is trying to help the CDC staff's son with immunization rather than immunizing himself first. Another incident, Dr. Erin Mears. Though she is dying out of this disease, but she is ready to help one of the neighbor patient who is suffering from rigor by offering him a jacket. Now, when there are certain local officials who are trying to convey about the economic apprehensions as well as the public outcry over the H1N1 influenza pandemic overreaction, Dr. Chivyar reacts to it as, I would rather have the news story be that we overreacted than have people dying because we didn't do enough. The role of social media is also very noteworthy in the movie, as it is trying to depict the difference between the public health protection as well as the personal privacy. Now, Alan Cromweed, he criticizes Dr. Chivyar in an incident where, Dr. Chivyar is conveying about the severity of the outbreak to his loved ones rather than to the, prior to the public announcement. On the other hand, On one hand, we can see there are several clinical approaches, clinical practices that are taking place to develop the vaccine. On the other hand, social media, where it is propagating the Dr. Chivia's breach of confidence, and in contrast with Alan Cramide, who is trying to introduce a drug, which is an anti-vaccine Pharistia through his blogs. So this shows that on the other end, social media is trying to propagate the popular skepticism and anti-vaccine movements. To which one of the character US government agent, Dennis French, reacts to Alan Cramide and says, if I could throw your computer into jail, not only shows how Alan Cramide is misguiding the people through this anti-vaccine, but also that the public health organizations must update themselves with technology in order to be attentive to the increasing online behaviors. Now, I would like to quote Albert Camus from his novel The Plague. At the beginning of a pestilence, and when it ends, there's always a propensity for rhetoric. In the first case, habits have not yet been lost. In the second, they are returning. Denial, dissociation, and sublimation is a part of an absurd situation where man is trying to find meaning in a meaningless world. Death anxiety is something, which is a driving force. That is created because of the inherent biological instinct for survival, as well as because of the capability of self-consciousness. There are several reasons for death anxiety, such as the efforts to achieve security, to maintain strong traditions and fundamental beliefs, the aggressive nature that is shown, when their strong traditions are in threat, the increased use of alcohol consumption, and in order to maintain self-esteem. It is important that we individuals understand something known as biosymbiosis, where viruses were responsible for the development of DNA and the whole origin of life. On the other hand, also that the human embryonic stem cells contain a retrovirus, which is responsible for human reproduction. So these two ecological niches of humans and viruses, they are interdependent with each other. But when we take the case of ME1 virus that is depicted in the movie Contagion, or the present pandemic of coronavirus, it's a post-human. So it is necessary that we human beings wear the armor of post-human. Now, what is post-human? Post-human is where they are, the beings that recognize the imperfectibility and disunity, and they are trying to maintain that intellectual rigor and the dedication to objective observations. Now, here in today's world, people have been collaborating with artificial intelligence in order to shape the shared world by early detection and diagnosis of infection, monitoring the treatment, contact tracing, projection of cases and mortality, and development of drugs and vaccines. I would like to conclude my presentation, by telling you about a painting, which is by Nicholas Pausen, entitled as Et in Arcadia Ego, which also means Arcadia. Even in Arcadia, I am there, or even in death, I am there. So in this painting, the backdrop is a pastoral scene where several shepherds are surrounded around a tomb, which conveys two basic meanings. That is, how we need to tranquil and sublimate the fear of death, as well as how we should understand the delicateness and the brevity of life. Albert Camus again states, what we learn in times of pestilence, that there are more things to admire in men than to despise. So it gives us a positive trajectory, to continue, positive healthy behaviors, as well as the mindfulness, meditation, and creativity. So I would like to end my presentation by saying that resilience is the only way how we can escape this fear of pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this well-analyzed and lively presentation.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Miss Swapna, are you ready? Okay, now I would request Anila Anandan.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. Good afternoon. The title of my paper is Epidemics and Entertainment, a reading of Malayalam virus. So,
The voice is still not audible. You still have to try something at your end. Take somebody's help and sort out the problem. Swapna. Yeah. Okay, Anila, please.
Am I audible?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. The title of the paper is Epidemics and Entertainment, a reading of Malayalam virus.
Yes, Anila.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is there a fan moving on in your room?
Yeah. Okay, I will stop.
There
Okay,
is
sorry,
a
sorry.
the humming sound of wind. So put it
Okay,
off.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's okay now. Is
It's
there any
okay.
problem? Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Please start.
Sorry to start it again. The title of the paper is Epidemics and Entertainment, a reading of Malayalam movie Virus. So to start with, epidemics unfortunately are now a recurring event, creating impacts and influences. It always proved its power to mutate human habits and thus bring out novel habits and lifestyles. We have a huge list now because from H1N1 to Ebola to SARS and now COVID-19, coronavirus 2019 as a major threat and pandemic. We now became a kind of very high risk society. The fear of germ attack and its aftermath went into the cultural text of film and developed as a genre itself. It must do because human encounters with social events should find a place in every cultural text. Every film thus made is not merely a fascination about the happened or can happen biological danger. It also proves reality, depicting the threat of deadly virus that we are facing or faced. This paper reads the Malayalam movie Virus in the contextual connection that epidemics and entertainments possess as both real and medicines are technologies of the body. Though we can trace a tremendous growth in the two diverse areas of cinema and medicine, these two always had an inconsistent relationship. This can be very clearly understood from just giving a random check in the number of medical thrillers ever produced in the world cinema history. But when epidemics occurred as a recurring event in the human society, things started changing and gradually additions happened to the list aforementioned. For the last 40 years, germs and its risk are very much part of the popular culture, and thus, when contagion become parts of social culture, it influences the cultural expression as well. So is the film. Priscilla Wall terms this epidemic expression as an outbreak narrative, developed through journalistic and fictional incarnation, and she identifies a general plot with all these outbreak narratives as she terms it. So she starts with the identification of an emerging fiction, and then we include the discussion of the global networks throughout which it travels, and chronicles the epidemiological work that ends with its containments. As this is the general plot of the story, Walt also says about the multiple effect of the film, where it makes the layman acquainted with the type and character of the disease by messaging in film ample information to support it. Also, these narratives act as a response creating machinery once they come to know more about the infection through the film. Also, Priscilla Wall notices within these films the concept of the body and nation belonging, which we will be discussing in the later sections of this paper. So, talking about the film Virus, it's a 2019 Malayalam medical thriller, very clearly matching with Wall's definition of a medical thriller, of an outbreak narrative. The film is made in the backdrop of Nipah virus attack that happened in Kerala in the year 2019. A fiction based on a true event, the movie actually documents the community spirit of a small town in Kerala managed to fight a battle to win. A man named Zakaria Muhammad is infected and brought to the Calicut Medical College, where he suffers from the symptoms of an unknown virus and after a few hours die. Unfortunately, 16 more people die out of that. After enacting isolation and treatment protocols, a team led by health minister contains the epidemic. This is how the film moves. The plot of the film moves. The movie proves itself as a realistic depiction of the events that took place during the epidemic. As a cultural text aiming its purpose mainly for entertainment, it actually allows the reader a space to read the politics of epidemic and governance, along with how easily human life gets suddenly mutated to employ practices and styles until then estranged to the human society. Now, in the times of this pandemic, where all suffer in the hard times, we really have to, read about the politics of suffering as well, because all sufferings are not equal. Wall says in her article about the demonization of marginalized that takes place during the times of pandemic or of any type of contagion. It is a great need to defend her idea, aforementioned, because of the very fact that it is a statement on reality. In the case of the film virus, no such representations of the cure or specifically the other at the times of epidemic is not happening. Also, as a medical thriller, which clearly falls under the genre of medical thriller, the narrative should be responsible enough to read events politically unbiased. The statement is not made as a critic of the particular fictional narrative, but there was a greater invisibility and uninclusiveness that was developing with the unraveling of the film. The movie clearly shows how the power works during the time of an epidemic. As epidemiologists trace the roots of the microbes, they catalog spaces for a new global modernity, right? Now, the movie Virus also shows how the site of an epidemic entry is also a site of cultural mutation. Until then, practiced habits gets banned, and we are forced to accept a secure lifestyle to counter the virus. This starts from the fear of the deadly germ attack. Self-distancing is one big tendency among such interventions, and we are now very much familiar with that. A counterculture starts gradually growing. In the movie, there is a scene where the character of Unnikrishnan, played by Soumen Chatterjee, when approached an auto rickshaw driver to carry him to hospital, gets neglected out of the fear that he may get infected with the virus. The movie clearly shows the transformation of humans to a very vulnerable high-risk groups, where the culture endorsed by it become increasingly self-aware of its self-annihilation potential through a nuclear war or an environmental degradation or pandemics of this sort that we face today. Now, talking about the circulation and intersection of multiple disease narratives, many critics strongly pointed out the potential of entertainment narratives like cinema to become a vehicle for expressing cultural anxieties about economic interdependence and cultural anxieties. Epidemic narratives acts not only as accounts of such cultural anxieties mentioned above, they also constitute potentially profitable forms of news and entertainment. Therefore, we can never neglect the capitalist hand working inside it. It's very evident that disease as a threat have capacity to control people, and this obviously leads to high consumership. Anything that is related to this high risk society and germs becomes under these groups. The intractability provides all the more reason to think deeply and critically about the way that practices of reporting, selling, and entertaining affect popular understanding of culture. They shape the collective discourses about public health and form the constraints of change. And this shape the popular disease beliefs and thereby contributing to a new disease alert lifestyle. I would like to conclude by quoting Priscilla Wald itself. The outbreak narrative is conventional and formulaic, but it is also evolving. Stories of disease emergence in all their incarnations are so powerful because they are as dynamic as the populations and communities that they affect. Film has a capacity to take a humanitarian turn by showing how inert our geographical and political boundaries are, but at the same time, it also tries to reinforces the capitalistic agenda or the power influence by showing how the management of an epidemic works, how the governance of an epidemic works. Also, these genres like epidemic narratives helped in appreciating the efforts of medical and healthcare professionals in Kerala due to their effort in tackling the issue of the epidemic danger. Concluding, we can say that epidemic thriller in films under the general plot, as Wall says, plays a major role in informing the people about the danger, making them aware of the precautions to be taken, about the meaninglessness of political and geographical boundaries, to be compassionate and empathetic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anila ma'am, for sharing something new with your presentation. This was a presentation. If Ms. Swapna is ready,
Yes, let us take Swapna if
then
the
we
sound
can
is audible. Swapna, are you ready? No, still your sound is not audible. Yeah, I think after removing everything, I think you'll have to restart your laptop for new settings, or you can do a hangout with some of your family members to check it out whether it is working or not. Your sound is not audible yet, yeah? Still we are continuing, so you take some 20-30 minutes to check out your device and join us again, yeah? Check it out, log off and check it out with your family members, whether it's working or not, okay? Okay, so we move on to the another schedule, another session for the paper presentation continuously. Okay, so this is the session number 5, which was supposed to start at 3:30, but we are 10 minutes early in time. So let us continue with this, and then after this, we still have one more session to continue here. So I hope all the presenters in this group are present here. I have already sent an email to everybody to remain present in the webinar hall earlier because we are moving on before time. Yeah? I would suggest Vaidhi madam to start announcing the names and let us start listening their presentations.
Yes, sir. I would request Muralikrishnan sir.
As you can see, there are 3 divisions. I'll first talk about rationality. Secondly, I'll be talking about the topic that has been going on as far as discussion is concerned, medical humanities. And lastly, the text that the seminar has, or the webinar has proposed, that is the play. Now, I'll begin with rationality. Now, Camus was, as we all know, is a well-confirmed agnostic. So, what I would like to point out is when you look into the history of, the even starting from the very days of Book of Revelation, you can see that it is interesting to see that the 4th horse, there are 4 horses. The 4th horse is a pale horse, and that pale horse stands for pestilence. So even from that concept itself, like the continued threat of virus, pestilence, it's there, in the tradition of mankind, or even from those centuries onwards. So when I move on to the actual text in terms of rationality, when you analyze Camus in terms of rationality, I'm not surprised to find that there are so many elements wherein which there is this constant tension between the influence of God, as well as the influence of what we call as the assertion of man. So there is this character. Of course, we know the doctor there, Dr. Ryu, as well as the priest. Now there is this constant tension going on in the novel, and at the beginning, the priest is not happy with the way in which it has been projected. The narratives won't support his argument, so he says it is a punishment of God. Whereas later on, when he understands it's not, he has to retract. But when you focus on the work of the doctor, you will see that he is completely into the service, devotion, because he says, if I go on believing in God and other things, I'm not going to treat these people. But if I'm not going to treat these people, in that case, what is the benefit of what I'm doing here? Say, the meaningful of my existence, the real existence, depends on what I do for these people. So this kind of assertion of rational thinking is a key concept in that particular novel, and that it is still going on. If you look into the narratives on COVID, like where are those faith healers now? There are so many people who predicted great things in 2020. Where are those people now? So when we look into the arena now, it is not different. Like we don't depend on faith healers. We depend on the real people who rationally analyze the situation of the world. Secondly, my second part of the paper, which I have prepared, is concentrating on medical humanities, and I think that has been already been discussed last day in detail. But and of course the reference to Susan Sontag was there yesterday by the plenary speaker. Now, what I want to say is that when you look into the concept of medical humanities, that intersubjectivity, like the discourse between, when you analyze the discourse between the patient and the doctor, and the difference between the experience of the patient as well as the technical and the scientific knowledge of the doctor, when they come together, there is the that emergence of an understanding which was completely missing in the narratives that we have now. So people like, for example, people like Rita Sharon, they have people like the critics like Rita Sharon, they have already concentrated on narrative medicine. The reason is this. The reason is that we have to include the idea of not just being human about the practice of what we call as medicine, the scientific understanding that we know, but more importantly, it is not the religion, but the understanding of the human being that is vital in the discourse of medicine. So that way, medical humanities can help a lot in the understanding of the novel that we are discussing. And I needn't move on to what the plenary speaker has referred to yesterday. For example, the reference between or the comparison between tuberculosis and cancer. I'm not going to that because it has already been stated. Now, but that so-called and the romantic notions of disease, that is totally absent now in the medical narratives. We'll move on when I move on to the text as such, we can see that the situation as far as we are concerned, it is not difficult. It is not difficult to perceive the differences as far as those days are concerned and the present day that we are living. Certain things are still valid. For example, the quarantine. For example, the entire stadium is quarantined. People are accommodated there. There is total blockage everywhere. People are get despondent. People are getting a kind of a hysteria. When you look into Facebook accounts, after the initial 2-3 weeks of happiness, they are now when you look into the issues of migrant laborers, those are part of the narrative of the novel that we have seen. Plus, when we compare that situation with the present day situation, we can see that. And again, hospitals are overflowing with patients, and in some cases, that is the sadness of all, I should say. In some cases, there is this slowness on the part of authorities to respond to the situation. So all these, and the greatest, I should say, the shocking thing about that is that regarding this disease is that even people are committing suicide, and you can see the same thing happening in the novel. So that way, I think we can easily relate the novel that we are discussing as the theme of this particular webinar and what is happening now. So that is indeed a great effort on this part of the organizers to have this kind of understanding of how to read a novel in the present day context. Before I wind up, I know we don't have that much of time because there are so many people to do the presentations. Before I wind up, there is this beautiful line said by Camus himself. There is more to admire than to despise in human. There is more to admire than to despise in human. So there are so many things about good things about life. There are so many things that we should admire about human life. So I would say it is still an optimistic scenario. We needn't get dejected about what has happened or what is happening. Maybe in a matter of a few days we'll come back to normalcy. But this situation is indeed an eye opener for almost all of us. Thank you for that. Thank you, Dr. Bader.
Thank you very much, sir, for this wonderful presentation. Now I would request Vaibhav Sabnis.
Thank you, madam. Good afternoon, Honorable Barad sir and my dear friends.
Just a minute. Just
Okay,
a minute.
Sir.
Swapna, is your sound working?
Is it now clear, sir?
Yeah, okay. After this, you will make a presentation. It is clear now. Okay. After this, yeah. Okay, Dr. Vaibhav. Yeah, please continue.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I want to share my screen now. Can I?
Yeah, please.
Okay, sir. The title of my presentation is Contemporary Relevance of Pandemic in Literature. I hope I am audible, visible, and my slides are also visible.
Audible. Slides are not visible.
Okay. I have
Present now. and then the very first option you have to select.
Okay, I hope it is visible now.
No, just hi. Okay, now it is coming on the screen. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Now, yeah. Please continue. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity during the lockdown, and I congratulate Dr. Barad sir for this. Contemporary relevance of pandemic in English literature. There is a very close association between our literature, our language, our society, our culture, and the problems that arise. And my paper is regarding that. We find that whatever happens in society is reflected in literature. So whatever the problems are that are there, it is not first time that this kind of COVID-19 problem has come. Before this also smallpox, plague, and so many other epidemics and pandemics have created lots of havoc. And the literary artists, right from Chaucer, Langland, Gower, etc., have talked about or reflected or contemplated on this through their novels, poems, dramas, etc. So what we find is whatever is happening is there in literature, and literature is trying to give us consolation, give us kind of relief from these problems, because here there is lots of frustration, depression, lots of disillusionment is there, and literature tries to give us some hope. And that's why we find that there are many writers in India and abroad. I must mention Mary Shelley, who talked about the last man. Because of epidemic, everybody dies except one man. So we should think from that angle, because today when we try to correlate literature and society, we find that many people are not very serious about this COVID-19, and they are highly careless and irresponsible without maintaining the social distance, etc., etc. In this situation, when we look at the novel Mary Shelley's The Last Man, we come to know that if this happens, only one or two individuals will be left in the world. So we have to be very cautious. So that is how we find the same theme, and so many people have talked about this, Albert Camus' The Plague. So I'm not going to talk about that. This happened in the 13th, 14th centuries also, and that has been duly reflected in literature. But my concern is about Rabindranath Tagore's Puratan Bhritya. Actually, this particular poem has been translated into English last year itself as The Old Man Servant, Keshta, the Old Man Servant. So I'm going to talk about this poem by Honorable Tagore, the Nobel Prize winning Indian literary artist. I need not talk much about Tagore because he is known for his dramas, novels, and poems, and for his everything, his nationalism, etc., etc. We find that this poem has been translated by Mr. Monish Chatterjee in 2019, and the title rightly, aptly, appropriately tells us that it is about the old manservant, and his name is Keshta. So here in this poem, we find that everybody is abusing this manservant because he is very humble, very poor, very simple, and unsophisticated, obviously, because he belonged to the 19th century before our independence, and civilization hadn't reached much, education wasn't there much. And in this situation, we find that that particular society was there, where landlords were there, and so many servants, maid servants and manservants were there. So Keshta is one of that. Now this is not just about Keshta, but this poem is about the pandemic, the epidemic called smallpox, that has created havoc in the 19th century, early 19th century, if I'm not wrong. So here we find that, sorry, 20th century, not 19th century, towards the end of 19th. We find that this smallpox had ravaged the life of people in India, and we find that so many problems came up. But amidst this all disillusionment and hopelessness and despair, we find there was one hope, there was one silver lining, and that was in the form of this manservant. Today, when we see so many people, so many migrants, laborers, and workers walking miles and miles, going on bicycles to their homes, their native places, we do remember this Keshta who stood by his master. But today there are many masters, there are many capitalists, there are many industrialists, there are many rich people who are not taking care of their maid servants or men servants. And that's why this poem is very, very relevant in this epidemic situation, this lockdown situation. So this poem is a very, very touching poem, and I'm going to read some of the lines from the poem. because this is a relationship between a landlord and the servant, where we find that the servant does not have any privilege, any rights. And when we talk about fundamental rights and duties and all that, there was nothing like this, because it was pre-independent India, obviously, when British rule was there. And some landlords were very dangerous. They were very angry with their servants. They would abuse, they will scold, they will do anything with their servants. And Kesta was one of such manservants. So we find that in those days, loyalty and honesty, faithfulness were very necessary, very great virtues. Even today they are there, but they are missing from our people and from our society. In this context, we find that Keshta was a very loyal manservant to his landlord, but his wife, landlord's wife, she never liked him. She always abused him, scolded him. She wanted to throw him out. She wanted to dismiss him from the job, but he never left. He was always there.
Sir, you have 2 more minutes.
Okay, madam, I am finishing. I thought I have 8 minutes. It had been mentioned in the email, but I'll finish. Okay, so we find that here the landlady does not like this man, but when this landlord, who is identical with Rabindranath Tagore himself, he tries to visit Vrindavan on his pilgrimage, nobody dares to go with him, but Kesta goes with him. And unfortunately, there in Vrindavan, the speaker of the poem, maybe Tagore, or the landlord, the Bengali landlord, falls ill. He is affected by smallpox and he's admitted there. All his colleagues, all his friends, those who accompanied him, they leave. Now you can read some lines here because we are running short of time. So all the friends leave Tagore or the landlord, but this manservant, Kesta, is always with him there. He tries to nurse his master. The master tries to recover from the illness. We can see in the lines also. But what happens that since this is a contagious disease, the manservant is affected by smallpox, and he succumbs to his this particular disease. He dies there, and that's why these are the concluding lines. Not long after my pilgrimage over, I was back at my homestead, verdant, no longer with me, my perennial companion, my faithful old manservant. Here is the conclusion, that there is a Marathi poet. What poet cannot see can be what the sun cannot be seen, but can be seen by the poet. And that's why these poets have that vision to see. So in this epidemic, we need to be very human with others, sympathetic. We need to have compassion for these people. We need to understand their problems. And loyalty and devotion are really virtues, and that is what Kesta died for. He died for his master. He would have left him, but this is how we find today. There is lots of grief, greed. There are so many problems. And we need to stand by each other, especially those who are very faithful to us. So that's a very great correlation between literature and society and this contemporary relevance of this epidemic. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Vaibhav sir, for this refreshing presentation.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Now I would request Swapna.
Hello,
ma'am.
Am I clear? Am I audible?
Yes, now you are audible. Yes.
Okay, let me share my screen.
Yes.
Is it visible now, ma'am? Hello? Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, please continue. Yeah. You have to, okay, and run your presentation.
Okay.
Okay, please continue. Yeah.
Good evening. Good evening. First of all, I thank the organizers of the seminar for giving me such a wonderful opportunity of presenting my paper. And my paper is titled Fear of Pandemic or Pandemic of Fear, a textual analysis of Kakanadan's Vasuri. I quote, fear of an impending pandemic can precede any actual pandemic and may have to be dealt with in addition to managing the pandemic itself. Jan van den Bulk and Kathleen Custer's statement on the fear of pandemic as the most overpowering pandemic than the pandemic itself ostensibly portrays the current state of the world, where fear of the other that is aroused out of the seeds of trepidation sown by coronavirus engulfs each and every human being. When fear of an individual towards the pandemic destabilizes his or her psyche, fear of a nation towards the pandemic as it destabilizes the existing economic power structures forces them to find another to bestow the affront. The propensity of hegemony to place a specific person or a community under the shadow of suspicion as the carrier of pathogens is perceptible from the naming of Spanish flu, Asiatic cholera, Hong Kong flu, to the branding of coronavirus as Chinese virus, as Trump administration reiterated. As Acharya asserts in her article, Pandemics and Prejudice, when there is an epidemic, social prejudices resurface. I quote, diseases don't care for race or class, but they continue to be pinned to race, gender, sexual preference, and geography, I unquote. This paper, focusing on Kakanadan's novel Vasuri, attempts to affirm how the pandemic of fear alters the existing moral standards of the society. My next slide entitled Eating the Forbidden Fruit versus Sin Consciousness. The uncertain, discolored lives of human beings and the smell of impending death in the very air of the village force them to eat the forbidden fruit, which they once rejected due to the fear of hell, an insertion of religion on their minds to keep men away from committing a sin. The characters Elikuti and Rukmini are epitomes of women who, in their internal, external conflict, choose the desires of their inner psyche that further leads them to guilt. The fear of the impending pandemic leads Elikuti to commit the sin of sharing her bed with her son-in-law Tomachan, as relishing an intimate copulation was her age-old dream. Her whispers with sexual connotations to Krishnan Kuti, the protagonist of the novel, after the pathogens of smallpox conquered her body, are outbursts of guilt aroused out of his sin consciousness. Pandemic as divine retribution. The act of self-accusation for the spread of the disease comes out from the traditional understanding of the pandemic as a divine retribution for the sins of man. This understanding of divine retribution has an age-old history. In 1830s, Cherokee, one of the indigenous people of the southeastern woodlands of the United States, composed a dance form Itto to protect themselves from smallpox, which they believed was caused by the evil spirit, while the Cherokees violated their taboos. From the 19th century description, it is clear that Cherokees realized smallpox as a contagious disease, and Etio in some way stands as a, I quote, ritualized form of quarantine, I unquote. As Cherokees find solace in the dance form Etio, dancing and drumming are forbidden as per Yoruba tradition, as the god of smallpox, Sonopo, is offended by dancing, drumming, and merrymaking. As far as Indian scenario is concerned, deities differ from place to place, and Sitala is considered as the goddess of smallpox in almost all the villages in North India. In most parts of South India, they adored Mariamma, Vasuri Mala, and in northern side of Kerala, there is Vasuri Mala Theyyam, and they believed the disease will be cured if they perform certain rituals. The dogma of divine retribution is still conspicuous as leaders of various countries like Rabbi Meir Moz, an Orthodox Israeli rabbi, claimed, I quote, the spread of the deadly coronavirus in Israel and around the world is divine retribution for gay pride parades. So these are the Cherokees, Sonopo, the god, Chitala, and Vasuri Mala Theyyam, which I already mentioned. And Vasuri as an illness of the body versus illness of mind. Vasuri is used by the writer Kakanadan as illness and as a metaphor of the illness of human mind, where reason is overpowered by emotion. As the character in the novel Gopala Pillai states, I quote, "It is not illness, but a curse. That is true. It's bootless to deplore it by calling it superstition. It attacks human minds than bodies. It alters human minds. It is a mental illness. Vasuri swells in human minds. Fear of the other sprouts along with desire for the other, which stems from the callousness of society towards Vasuri infected house, as we see in the character Gopala Pillai, who seeks sexual comfort in Janaki, whom he considers as his own daughter, even though she was a prostitute. And there will be emergence of new ideals. The altered moral standards of the society where the spread of the disease leads to the replacement of ideals like Rajan with previously degraded ideals of Janaki and Krishnan Kuti, who were considered as outcasts. In Gopala Pillai's words, I caught an outcast and a prostitute. They are the ones who taught what love is all about, I am caught. The uncertainties of each and every character in Vasuri is a replica of ambiguities that people face at this juncture of COVID-19. Now,
Ma'am, you have 2 more minutes.
Yes, ma'am, I'll finish it. Now, our embodiments of pride turn to hindrances. From global, we take refuge behind our doors. From e-payments, at least some of us have turned to barter system. While the privileged section is busy in Netflix, in discussions on global GDP post-COVID, what about those who walk thousands of kilometers with a dream of reaching their far homelands? Isn't their lives matter? Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for this wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Now I would request C.S. Parvati Warrior. Are you there?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Good
ma'am.
afternoon, everyone. Just give me a second. I'll just share my screen.
Yes.
कोणीतरी इकडे पण बनेल्यावर बसले पाठीमागे बनेल्यावर बसलेत उन्हाळ्यात.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me begin my paper presentation thanking the organizers for giving me an opportunity presenting a paper. The title of my paper is Responses to a Pandemic as Expressed in the Scarlet Plague. The author of the book is Jack London. Now, before I start my presentation, let's take a look about the plague in the past. The concept, or let's say the belief about plague in the past. In the ancient era, plague and pestilence were frequent calamity.
Ma'am,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt you. We are not able to see a presentation.
Oh, okay. Just give me a second.
Yeah, share your screen.
Share.
Are you using your mobile phone?
No, ma'am. I'm using my laptop. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Is it visible now? Okay.
Yes. Please run your presentation.
Yeah, thank you. So let me continue. So in ancient era, plague and frequent calamities were accepted by the people and they were ready to suffer that also. You can see that there is a belief in supernatural origin of pandemics.
Please run your presentation.
Yes, sir.
So the screen is larger, full screen.
I'm sorry, sir.
Make your slides bigger. Run your presentation.
Okay, slideshow.
Yeah. Okay. Continue. Please continue.
Initially, the origin of pandemics were related to supernatural powers, wherein there is they sought a relationship between plague as well as sin. In 19th century, you can see there is a change. They started a change in the perception of plague. You can see that people it started with the bacteriologists demonstrated and the cause of caused by germs that infect humans, and epidemiologists and public health experts that shed light on the mechanisms of disease transmission, including suggestions of general primitive measures to limit pandemics. In 20th century, it became more to the current situation wherein people started believing in science and technology. But still, you can see there was a fear regarding pandemics. Now, a small glance regarding the author. He was a novelist. Jack London was a novelist, journalist, social activist, and a short story writer. He was the person who started a new genre, which was later known as the science fiction. About the book, it was a post-apocalyptic fiction that wrote about a pandemic that struck in 2013, and the novel portrayed the situation in 2073, which is actually
I think her connection is cut. We can take next one now. Yeah.
Yes, sir. I
Yeah.
would request now.
Yeah, Parvati, I think she is there.
Praveen.
Yeah, just a minute. Parvati, are you there? Parvati, are you there? Okay, next. Take next one. Yeah, please take next one.
Actually,
Okay,
her
sir.
battery is low, I think.
Okay, now I would request Praveen Bhaskar, sir.
Hello, Praveen Bhaskar, are you there? Okay, we can take on the next one.
Okay, so now I would request N.S.LAVANYA. If you are present, please begin with your paper.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Good evening to all. I'm N.S.LAVANYA, Assistant Professor, Department of English, KC's Kasinadar College of Arts and Science. My topic is Dr. Rick's altruistic struggle to fight the epidemic in Albert Camus' novel, The Plague. The narrator describes an event in Oran, a port town on the French-Algerian coast of Northern Africa. It depicts the character, Dr. Bernard Rex, as optimistic. He sees a dead rat outside his hospital. Next day, he sees more number of rats dying. It's an ultimately bleak story about a terrible illness that swept through an unprepared town, but it is also a warning about what could happen. Seen by many as a reflection of the World War II, this novel takes both suffering and courage of the residents of Iran. Suddenly, Michael falls ill and dies. Many people do not want to admit that the rats pose a serious health risk to human beings, so they resort to rationalizing the phenomenon. The sinister epidemic gives a warning, but the people ignore and continue their lives. Dr. Rick's struggle against the plague is a prime example of Camus' absurdist philosophy. Even though there is little can do for the victims, as no serum is effective and the disease is usually fatal, he still keeps working, fighting against death and suffering. Even in the face of death, he dispenses even with pity and philosophy, leaving all his energy for defense. Death toll increases rapidly, and Dr. Ricks resolves to do something to fight the disease. and urges the government to declare the disease as plague. Another character, Father Penelopes, delivers a stern sermon declaring that the plague is God's punishment for Oran's sins. Despite periodic outbreaks of the plague, people tend to hold the view that it will disappear in temperate climates. This novel shows the similarities of the contemporary coronavirus that we are facing today. People in the town are quarantined. Dr. Rex says that people have to fight the plague instead of believing in God. Government buries victims in mass graves. Doctors work ceaselessly. Food supplies begin to dwindle. Rex hears from sanatorium that his wife's condition is worsening. He also hardens his heart regarding the plague victims so that he can continue to do his work. After the term of exile lost several months, many of Iran's citizens lose their selfish obsession with personal suffering. Dr. Rix could see many men volunteer in anti-plague squad. Dr. Kelsey, Rick's colleague, investigate serum. It works, and the government announces that the town gates will open. Optimism slowly increases. The narrator is Dr. Rix himself. He advises that inevitable sufferings arise at any time, like this epidemic, and people must be vigilant and struggle with it. This is Camus' view about life in the midst of absurdism. This philosophy is an amalgamation of existentialism and humanism. Thus, the plague is infused with Camus' belief in the value of optimism in times of hopelessness. Everyone who chooses to fight the plague, to rebel against death, knows that their efforts increase their chances of contracting the plague, but they also realize they could contract if they did nothing at all. In the face of such a seemingly meaningless choice between life and death, we have to choose to act and fight for us and for our community. Camus held that human beings' lives under an inexplicable, irrational, completely absurd death sentence. He believes that people are capable of giving their lives meaning, simultaneously choosing to fight death and suffering. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for this wonderful presentation.
I would like to thank Dilip sir and Vaidehi ma'am for organizing such a wonderful webinar. Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Miss Parvati, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
So you can continue your presentation.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I'll continue from the slide where I stopped.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I stopped with talking about the book, The Scarlet Plague, written by Jack London. It is a post-apocalyptic fictional novel, which was originally published in London Magazine 1912. It was a book that was written in an era where technology was not that improved like today, and it actually spoke about the current situation. That is the import that makes this book really special at the current point of time. The reader, the author invites the reader to reflect on the ancestral fear of humans towards infectious diseases, which takes us back to the different beliefs they had regarding how a plague comes into a civilization, into a society. This novel is set in a ravaged and wild American society where there are different scientific discoveries happening on pathogens fostered by the scientists. It speaks about the year 2073, which is 60 years after an epidemic called the Red Death had outbroke in a society. The speaker, or let's say the protagonist, is Granza, who is an English professor, and the novel proceeds as he narrates the story or his sufferings to his grandchildren, who is reluctant to believe on the story. Now, let me go to my paper. At the beginning, you can see that as the novel starts, the people they trust so much in science and technology. They believe that the scientists would come up with some solution to fight against the plague, even though there are many deaths happening in the place. Later on, people realize the frightening and realistic situation of the plague, wherein there are rapid decomposition of corpses and germs eating them, and science is failing to fight against it. Though there was a serum discovered, still it couldn't control the deaths, and it was too late by the time it was being discovered. From there, you can see that people started questioning their belief on science and technology. Medicine and scientific progress were defeated by the plague. The defeat of science and medicine, in which people had placed trust, generated fear in the population. Panic and commotion stroked the population, wherein people realized that there is no escape from these germs that are being spreading and killing people. As an after effect of the plague, civilization fell apart. People started moving to different places, and a few survivors who were left, they joined together and they start building a new civilization. According to London's opinion, it is capitalism that led to the rise of population and overcrowding, and the overcrowding led to plague. Thus, capitalism is presented as the ultimate cause of this plague. The question was about the end of the world, wherein people thought that this plague is bringing an end to the life or an civilization. The brutality of the plague that London presents is greater, and you can see that many other writers have taken this as their theme for their books. London's novel becomes we can really say that London's novel foresaw the first and most severe influenza, which is none other than the Spanish influenza that struck in San Francisco, which occurred exactly 6 years after the publication of the novel, and reportedly killed 20 million people. Plague has always created a fear of death among the people. It talks about the ruin of a civilization, though it brought a positive effect on people, where class barriers started breaking down, people started caring for each other. There was they found no differences. Now, London also talks about the role of media. Though in today's world, media exaggerates on many things, during his time, he gives a positive image of media, wherein it supported people in believing or in holding back people to their belief. Now, devotion like today's world, people were devoted, and like professionals like the medicine men or the nurses, they were devoted to their profession, and they came up with serving the people. But later on, you can see that they also started getting affected with the disease, and during the SARS crisis, some physicians and nurses also resigned from their job, thinking that this is not their cup of tea. Although it was published a century ago, the Scarlet Plague presents same concerns we face today, as demonstrated by the subsequent great success of this novel and continuing literary topos of plague. Let me conclude my paper saying that the author focused the attention on behavioral responses to a pandemic, showing the emergence of fear, irrationality, and selfishness. That even though it was published a century ago, the Scarlet Plague presents the same concerns we face today, as demonstrated by the subsequent great success of this novel and the continuing literary topos of plague. Indeed, in the following decades, London's novel inspired other literary works too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for this insightful presentation. Now I would request Miss Soumya Linkson to present her paper.
Hello.
Hello.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Good evening, everybody. I thank you for organizing and offering us this opportunity to participate in this paper presentation. The topic that I'm going to deal with today is children's literature, a gateway to knowledge of epidemic diseases. So, epidemic diseases, when the very term came to me, it was completely new. I had to go and search in the Google to know what it was about. So epidemic and pandemic. So the thing that we are dealing with presently today, the pandemic disease or COVID, is what we are experiencing now. Epidemic is nothing but a shorter version that is experienced by a particular community, a particular group of people. And so the epidemic diseases that we are facing and how children's literature, the role of children's literature and how it is useful during our time. That is what I'm just going to deal with in my paper. And here, to begin with children's literature. Children's literature is nothing but something that children from the very beginning of age, maybe from 0 to 15, the kids of those age usually read and understand and enjoy. So children's literature should not be very something which should not be very much heavy. They should not be seeing death and end of the world and all those kinds of things should not be seen. So children's literature is mostly dealing with stuff that will give us a very basic image of what was happening. At the same time, it also shows us the truth and what should be done, and all those things would be shown through our children's literature. So the things that I've taken up today, the very basic poem, Ringa Ringa Roses. Most of us would have sung this song when we were in our young age, right? During our basic ages, we are 1 to 5, all these songs would be very basic things that we usually sang. So this very song, when I was just coming across it, I came across the thing that it was also something that dealt with the Great Plague of England. All right, so the Great Plague that was experienced by the people during 1665 to 66, almost 15% of the London's population came to an end due to this Great Plague. So this poem, according to an urban legend, is based upon this Great Plague. All right, where they are going to talk about the very song, the very first beginning, Ring a Ringa Roses, is nothing but the disease and the type of thing it shows. There were a lot of large blisters that were in the body when the disease started. So, and in the second phase, the pocket full of posies is nothing but the medicines that these mediciners usually carry around. The doctors who try to treat these small children used to carry these kinds of medicines. So, pocket full of posies. So, ashes, we all fall down. Nothing but when there was very much high fever and lot of cough, the end was near, and so death was the answer for whatever that they were experiencing. So the very basic poem, a small nursery rhyme, is nothing but it is a precautionary or something, it is a kind of reminder that is showing us what the people of that time experienced. The second thing that I've taken is the novel Little Women by Louise May Alcott. It talks about scarlet fever. So scarlet fever, it was again experienced by the American and Europeans during the 1800s. Maybe it was at the peak during 1840s to 1880s. So again, in this novel, Little Women, it is not actually enduring. It is not deeply about the diseases. It is showing it in a very, what can we say, in a lighter way. One of the characters, the Little Women deals with four young girls. So one of the young girls named Beth. So the major characters in the story are Meg, Joe, Beth and Amy. And here we find that Beth is the one who's affected by this disease. Beth is affected because she is shown as an angelic character. She is more like a person who helps everyone around. And so she tries to help the people near her, the poor people who are affected by this disease. And so when she is facing this problem, when she is in contact with a poor group of people, she gets in contact with this disease, the scarlet disease. And so during that time, the problems that she faces is shown beautifully through this story. All right. And so it is not focusing on the disease alone. It is one merely 4 to 5 paragraphs, but the effect that it is showing through the people. It is mostly when we see these children's literature, it is something that it is trying to portray to the audience. It is telling the younger generation, you should be like this. So best character, if we see, it is shown mostly like a young girl who is such an angel, who is doing whatever the mother tells, whatever is expected from everybody, she's ready to do. And even in her death, the death is seen more like something that is everyone is ready to help her out. So when she is sick, everyone comes and visits her, everyone is asking about her. All these little things shows us the importance of the character Beth. At the same time, when she knows that the disease is there, the scarlet disease is there with her, at once she is able to, the doctor is telling, go and take this Banaroma medicine. So at once she is able to connote, and she is coming home. She is not even informing her sisters or anyone. She at once goes and takes the medicine. And at the same time, we can see that all these shows that they had the knowledge, they had what it was, they knew what the disease was and what was the steps that need to be taken. So at once she's able to take the medicine, and she's also able to alert her sister Joe. So she's able to alert her, don't come near me. All right, so you had scarlet fever when Meg also had it, so you will not be able to contact this kind of diseases. So definitely only Amy should be kept away from me, because she has not experienced this disease, so she might come in contact with me and she may get the fever. So let us be separated from this house. So all these things show that they knew the basic knowledge, basic things of what was happening. If a disease was there, what should the steps be taken? All right. And the third story that I have taken here is The Little Prince or Little Princess by Frances Burnett. And so here in this,
Ma'am, you have 2 more minutes.
All right,
2 more minutes.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right. So in The Little Princess, we find that here they talk about the disease of jungle fever. Jungle fever, the very term jungle fever is not there. Actually, there is no kind of jungle fever, particularly in India, but they might be referring to the malaria fever that was present here. So the person, when he was writing, it might not be actually clear about it. So he had written about the jungle fever that was happening here, in the malaria fever that was happening here, because the characters, the Sarah Cruz, father is affected by the malaria fever and he dies there because he is from England and he's here in India as a military officer, and so it is happening during our independence time. So that was the period that the story is happening. And so what are the things that she experiences? Totally, I would like to say that the children's literature is more like a gateway. They are showing us what the children are expected to do, because even when such kinds of diseases are there and some kind of things are there, what should be done and what should not be done is shown through this literature in a very lighter tone. It is not very much heavy as we usually experience. It's on a lighter note where they are showing it in few chapters. It's not heavy because the children should not feel terror of these diseases, but they are telling these are the methods, these are the ways
it gets cured, and it is also there. The actual thing that is there is being told to the children so that they will be able to understand and get over these diseases to go to a better future. So children's literature is nothing but a small gateway or a key that is leading to our epidemic diseases, where it shows a knowledge about the diseases, not leading to the disease, but it's giving us the knowledge about the epidemic diseases and how it can be cured. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Well read and very unique paper presentation. Now I would request Pushpalata ma'am to begin her presentation.
Yeah, Pushpalata madam, are you there?
Please
Hello,
unmute
sir.
your
Hello.
microphone.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Shall I start my presentation, ma'am?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please continue. Are you going to show anything, presentation, or you want
That's
to?
what I'm. Yes, sir. I want to show my presentation.
Okay, are you on laptop?
Yes, on mobile, sir. Mobile phone,
Mobile.
sir.
Okay, fine. Yeah, share your screen.
Yes, sir. Sir, I'll continue, sir.
Yeah, please continue. You can put it a little bit
Okay.
further, no problem. Your voice will be captured by the device. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Shall I start, sir?
Yeah, please start. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'll start. Okay. Very good everyone. I'm Pushpalata, working as an assistant professor in Amit University, Chennai. And now I'm going to present a paper on teaching dynamics of pandemic in life. Okay. I have taken this topic because pandemic is not new to us. So how we can prevent from this thing? So I have taken this topic. For this presentation, I have taken Edgar Allan Poe's short story, The Mask of the Red Death. We all know that Edgar Allan Poe is an American poet. He is well known for his gothic and horror fiction. His works deal with death and darkness. This short story, The Mask of the Red Death, also deals with death and darkness. The Mask of the Red Death. This short story takes place in a city. Prospero is the prince of the city. At that time, a terrible plague attacked the city. If this plague attacked a person, he will get some terrible symptoms, and within half an hour, the person will die. It shows that how cruel this plague was. Okay, the people named this plague as dangerous plague, and they also called it as the Red Death. Okay, we all know that prince or the king, the responsibility of the prince and the king is to protect the people. But in this story, this prince failed to do his job. Okay, the whole city shattered because of this terrible plague. But this prince, Prospero, he built a luxurious castle and he locked inside
harrowing situations and horrors beyond their reckoning, witnessing wars, holocausts, plagues, spread of epidemics, floods, famine, and number of natural calamities. The study of epidemics has been a recurring theme of traditional literary motif in literature for over centuries. Upon the insistence of the epidemic in literature, many writers have explored, illustrated, and represented this motif in the in their literary genres, underscoring not just its terrifying tendencies, but also emphasizing the importance of nurturing human resilience and ways and means to confront them. The study of epidemics facilitates the understanding of the socio-economic cultural background, psychological aspects of the human and their responses during the pandemic situation. Their outbreaks traverse over centuries and continents. Since ancient times, the epidemics have a huge effect on the human history in numerous ways, such as culturally, demographically, politically, biologically, financially, and so on. So, this theme of epidemic study has received a greater attention right from the time immemorial. So, number of writers have used right from the Greek period. Number of writers have used this epidemic as a study. So, for my presentation, I have taken Camus' Plague novel. It was written in 1947. Camus' Plague is found as a significant text of reference for the study of this literary motif in the contemporary literary writing. It chronicles the spread of plague epidemic that attacks and destroys a quarantined city of Oran on the Algerian coast. The catastrophic outbreak of this contagious disease has been witnessed through the protagonist Rives, a doctor, a version of the author himself. The inhabitants of Oran leads a materialistic and mechanical life to the extent where they fail to notice even their mere existence. The novel highlights the inability of the individual to change their destinies, and it offers a glimpse of their lives as viewed through the author's distinctive absurdist perspective. The most important essential scheme is the human condition and the novel's strong point on the ethical note. The historical incidents associated with the plagues are drawing attentions of a universal prerequisite, and they are examples of a constant reality that the human beings are vulnerable to being suffered by the actions of the fellow humans. The process of dehumanization is an important characteristic of this novel. People are compared to animals and reduced to their primal desires and natural instincts. The experiences over the plague, as claimed by Camus, are that the human lives are primarily on the edge of the absurd. He strikes the right chord on this issue that proper attention and inexplicable cosmic evil. Instead, the extreme to which human action will have reached is what seems to frustrate an understanding. Camus has also used the plague as an allegory of war, and the text proposes the imminent struggles, despair, and destruction brought about by Nazism. It is considered to be a reflection on the Nazi occupation of France and the obstinate acts of confrontation against it. Dr. Rieux's struggles and tenacious persistence in fighting against the plague have special resonance now. We can connect this with the healthcare and frontline workers even today. The love and solidarity and the dedication to death and loss, that was very meaningful to Camus. His focus was on resistance and on how people can gather together in a situation to resist during the crisis. The repercussions of Camus' The Plague is seen in today's time of global uncertainty about when will the pandemic come to an end and how long the cities will be under lockdown. After the Nazis invaded France, no one knew how long it would last. Some people thought they needed to adapt to a whole world where France would always be a part of a German Nazi empire. And then other people thought it would be over in a couple of weeks. So, Camus offers us a way of abandoning our pointless quest for oneness with ourselves, but carrying on nevertheless, fighting for some evil defined moral justice, even though we have ceased to be able to define it. At the conclusion to The Plague, Rex, whose wife has died of illness elsewhere unconnected with the pestilence, watches families and lovers reunite when the gates of Oran are finally opened. He wonders, in the wake of so much suffering and pointless struggle, whether there can be peace of mind or fulfillment without hope, and concludes that yes, perhaps there can, for those who knew now that if there is one thing one can always earn for and sometimes attain, it is human love. This, these thematic and critical questions are most relevant to contemporary literary writing. This literature articulates extensively about moral impoverishment with specific literary innovation. By studying the insistence and importance of the epidemic in literature, it is apparent that the patterns and events repeat themselves, or perhaps that returning to eschatological issues is one important trait of writing. These apocalyptic realities are not only in fiction but also in the present moment is representative of a time that threatens with wars and the spread of new epidemics, and that identifies the ethical and the aesthetics as in a state of crisis. Different authors illustrate and represent this literary motif within their rewriting distinctively, dialoguing, and confronting their perception of reality accordingly. These motifs in literature are highly impactful, which are representing our contemporary cultural and critical milieu. These works compel us to reassess and re-examine on ethical values and our decisive factors for critical evaluation. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for sharing your ideas through your presentation. Now I would request Shakila.G. Are you there?
Hello. Yeah, I think Rukmini is there. Rukmini, Shakila trying to come live. Okay, if Shakila is absent, Rukmini.
Then,
yeah. Okay, Shakteshwari Ramchandran.
Sir,
okay,
yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, who is it?
I'm Saktishwari Ramachandran, sir.
Okay, please, yeah, Shakteshwari Ramchandran. Yeah, please have your presentation. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Do you have anything to show? Okay, we are seeing your screen. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So, good evening, everyone. This is Saktishwari Ramachandran, Assistant Professor of English.
Please rotate your mobile
College,
phone.
Madurai, Tamil Nadu.
Shakteshwari.
Hello.
Okay, yeah, fine. Yes, yeah,
is it
okay.
okay, sir?
Please go on. Yeah, please go on.
Yes, sir. I'm going to present on the topic Epidemic and Social Ecology, an analysis of Indra Sinha's Animals People. Well, do you think there is relation between COVID-19 and food culture, sparrows and technology, hunger and money? Yes, there is. Everything is connected to everything else, says Barry Commoner. History gives us ample examples for human beings' ruthlessness in crossing boundaries, both concrete and abstract, because of which a point source epidemic results at times. An epidemic is of many types. A point source epidemic is caused when the persons are infected at the same time, usually from a single source or exposure. India could never forget the Bhopal disaster, which was a point source epidemic. Does it have any connection with social ecology? Yes, it has. Social ecology claims that the authoritarian mentality of the human beings to control nature is at the root of the society, thereby causing environmental problems. Social ecology rightly points out that the ecological problems could be resolved only when the underlying social issues are addressed and sorted out. The social problems that it refers to are issues like racism, gender, and the exploitation of the third world nations by the so-called developed countries and the corporate sector. Let us now examine how the novel Animals People by Indra Sinha fits into the theory of social ecology and talks about the impact of epidemic. Indra Sinha is an Indian writer who currently lives in the United States. He wrote Animals People that narrates the tale of a point source epidemic caused by the poisonous gas leak. The novel is a reworking of the Bhopal disaster set in a fictional Indian city of Kafur. The protagonist, named Animal, is a symbol of the disfigured future of a number of people affected by the epidemic. Animal is named so because he walks on all fours. He narrates the aftermath of the tragedy occurred in a chemical company at Kafpur. The Kafpur environment suffocates and struggles to come out of the pain inflicted by the terrible night. Animal is actually a human being, but the brutal night could edit his fate to have an animal-like existence. The toxic substance not only killed innumerable beings, but also, like a slow poison, choked the atmosphere. The air, land, and water are poisoned. Loss of eyesight, malfunction of organs, disintegrated families, and mental trauma. It killed the peacocks, cattle, grey herons, and plants as well. Sinha rightly condemns the company's stance that, in spite of the public accusation and criminal charge, it never bothers to clean the city or give compensation to the polluted environment. We need to refer to the observation of Mikey Lee Zimmerman here. He says, social ecology explains the ecological crisis as the outcome not of a generalized anthropocentrism, but as a result of authoritarian social structures embodied most perniciously in capitalism, but also present in state socialism. Sinha ironically highlights the solidarity between the government officials and the company men. The politicians too play in favor of the company people and go to the extent of striking a deal for the continual postponement of justice. Robert Figueroa and Claudia Mills state that the people of color, the poor, the underrepresented groups such as indigenous tribes, and nations are faced with a disproportionate amount of environmental burdens. Examples of environmental burdens include exposure to hazardous material and toxic wastes, pollution, health hazards, and workplace hazards. The people of Kafpur are poor and they are burdened with the workplace hazard. After the tragedy, they have lost everything, and a point comes where they have nothing to lose. The people do not adopt any violent mode to get justice, but later on they are forced to do so by the negligence of the politicians and delayed justice. Though the chief minister of the state assures them of justice, nothing significant happens at the end. Everything remains the same. The people, their suffering, their poverty, their demand for justice, and the political system. This open ending of the novel not only gives space for the readers to think, but also poses so many pertinent questions directly to our conscience. As discussed earlier, social ecology affirms firmly that ecological problems and social issues are intertwined. Well, but I would like to conclude by stating that nature knows the ways to redeem herself, rejuvenate, and reclaim her territory. She evolves. But what are we, the human beings, tangled in so many social issues, going to do? It's high time that we think and act to safeguard our species from the ravages of time by learning through what history and literature had taught us. Had we learned the lesson well, Vishakhapatnam gas leak wouldn't have happened. During the time of crisis like COVID-19, nobody is going to feel at ease when alienated with loads of money or titles. All that one needs is a gentle gesture. Don't worry, I'm there for you. Let that drop of humanity, along with the lessons learned, become the building stones of our policy making. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for this wonderfully designed presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Rukmini ma'am.
Hello. This is Shakila. Hello. Hello. Can you
Okay,
hear my
yes.
voice?
Yes. Yes, Shakila
Yes.
ma'am.
Okay. Shall I start?
Yes, you can start your presentation.
Okay. Good afternoon to one and all present or gather in this national webinar. I'm Shakila, Assistant Professor of CSI EVA Women Christian College, Manjushree M, Tamil Nadu. My topic for this paper presentation is a study of Plague 13 and COVID-19, scourge and pandemic dread and literature. Lenses and present COVID, pandemics are brought up issues. Plague 13, the Black Death. Next one, the plague mentioned in literature. Reason for Black Death, the three great plagues, the coronavirus, COVID-19, God's punishments, it affects the British monarchy, a biological war, conclusion. The most punctual plague pestilences and present COVID pandemics are brought up issues. In the out of date or modern world, plague and infection have seen or heard clear and disturbing reports about their terrible attacks. Exactly when plague spread, no drug could help, and no one could keep it from striking. The most ideal approach to escape was to keep up a vital good waste from contact with polluted individuals and tarnished objects. The gigantic threat was moreover fueled by the confidence in the presented initiation of pandemics, which were routinely acknowledged to be actuated by offenses against divinities. The plague was viewed as one of God's orders for sins, so the disturbing depiction of its spread was deciphered as a notification to the Israelites to continue morally. Plague 13, the Black Death. Okay, let us see what is said as a bubonic plague and sometimes infection of the lungs. So the Black Death, also known as a pestilence or the plague, was the most fatal pandemic recorded in human history, resulting in the death of up to 75 to 200 million people in Eurasia and North Africa, peaking in Europe from 1347 to 1351. What is the Black Death? The Black Death was one of the most devastating. It was first struck Europe in the mid-14th century, 1347 to 50, killing about a third of Europe's population and estimated 34 million people. It probably killed 30 to 50% of the population of England. Naming of the Black Death. Medieval stroke of the 14th century, either the Great Pestilence or the Great Plague. Writers contemporary to the plague refer to the event as the Great Mortality. Spanish chronicles of the 16th century describe the event as black for the first time because of the striking symptom of a disease in which sufferers skin sterilization and tidiness and adjustment in household lodging that bad rodents from human homes, the searching of old exchange courses, and a characteristic peaceful stage in the ordinary accent and decay of pestilence infections. Plague in literature. Let us see some great writers in our literature, like Boccaccio's descriptions of the plague at Florence in 1348. Next, Charles' descriptions of the plague from the Pardoner's Tale. Next, Ben Jonson additionally put utilization of the plague on the map play, The Alchemist. This was written in 1610. The extreme plague year and the activity of the plague is coordinated around the plague. Shakespeare also utilized language of the plague on numerous events in his plays, yet didn't appear to utilize it in the advancement of any of his plots. A genuine case of his allegorical utilization of the plague is found in King Lear, Act 2, Scene 4, line 227. Let us see the three great plagues. The first plague, it appears during the year 541 to 750. The first plague pandemic spreads from Egypt to the Mediterranean. As indicated by the student of history, Procopius and others, the episode started in Egypt and moved along sea exchange courses, striking Constantinople in 542.
Ma'am, you have
The
2
second
more
great plague
minutes.
appeared. Okay. The second great plague, it's appeared during the year 1346 to 1840. The second plague pandemic spreads from China to the Mediterranean and Europe. The Black Death of 1346 to 53 is to be is responsible for about 25 million deaths in Europe. The third plague pandemic, which originated during the year 1866 to 1960s in China, results in about 2.2 million deaths. The plague spread to India and killed a total of 22.5 million people under the British rule. The coronavirus COVID-19. Towards the beginning of December 2019, an episode of coronavirus illness 2019 brought about by a novel serious intense respiratory condition, coronavirus 2, happened in Wuhan City, Hubei province, China. On January 30, 2020, the World Health Organization proclaimed the episode as a public health emergency of international concern. As of February 14, 2020, 49,053 research facilities are and
Hello?
380
Hello?
Ma'am,
have been
2
accounted for
minutes.
all errors.
The
For instance, a huge
presentation
number
is
of
on.
Jews were slaughtered in 1348 and 1349. Yes. Conclusion. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Continue. Continue, ma'am.
Let me conclude with this study how shows a holistic picture of the current research in response to the conclusion. I'm going to conclude. By concluding, this study shows a holistic picture of the current research in response to the outbreak of COVID-19. During this early period, many studies have been published exploring the epidemiology, causes, a clinical manifestation, and the diagnosis and prevention and control of the novel coronavirus. Thus far, most studies have focused on the epidemiology and potential causes. However, studies exploring the prevention and control measures have begun to gradually increase. Studies
I think Shakila ma'am's connection
Hello?
is going. Yes, ma'am.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm there, ma'am.
Okay,
Hello?
Rukmini ma'am,
Yes.
you can begin.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. I would like to share my video, ma'am.
Please
Hello.
share your screen.
Yeah. I would like to share my video.
Are you on laptop?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
do you know how to share the screen?
Yeah, I'm just looking for that.
Bring your cursor down so
yes,
the
sir.
window will pop up. Yeah, the window will pop up and then present now.
But I'm not able to share the video, sir. My
No,
PPT.
Are you presenting now? What are you seeing on the screen?
Yeah, I'm trying to share my PPT, sir.
Huh.
So that I'm not able to share.
When you present now, what are you seeing on the screen?
It's just I'm seeing you, sir.
No, present now. Are you able to see where is present now written?
Yeah, I saw that, sir.
Click on that.
Yeah, I clicked, sir.
Then what are you seeing now?
Yeah, it's there on your enter screen, a window and a Chrome tab.
Top first option. Select the first option.
Entire screen, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I did, sir.
Click on that.
Yes.
Are you seeing any change? Is your screen being presented?
No, sir. I'm not.
Then click again, present now, and click again. Maybe it is not clicked properly.
No. Entire screen. Yeah. One sec, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
What are you seeing on the screen?
It's asking me to share, and when I'm sharing, it's not showing as dismissed, sir.
No, you have to select that blue. You select that object.
Yeah, that's
You
what.
click on that object, then share button will be visible. What you want to share, select that. Then the share button will be active.
Yeah, it is active, sir.
Share button is active or it is dead? Is it of blue color?
No, I click that and I click share, but can't share your screen. That's what I'm getting.
I think that screen is not selected properly. Click on the screen first, which you want to share.
Yes, sir.
Then click on the share button.
Oh, 1 sec, sir. No, your window is coming, sir.
Yes?
I'm getting your window.
No, you present now. Again, you have to do it, and then you will see share your screen. Then you have to select the screen, and then the share button will be active.
Yeah, that share button is getting activated, sir. But your window is popping up as shared, and it is telling dismiss.
No, there is some error then. Okay, then you already present it now then. Yeah.
I had made a lot of.
Okay, you take some time, ask somebody in your home to help you.
No one is there, sir. No one is there right now.
Then you have to do rehearsal earlier, so you cannot waste your time. You have to.
Yeah. I will maybe without the PPT, I'll be able to. I'll be.
You take some time and then you come back. After one turn, you come back. You try it out.
That's fine, sir. Because there's no one here. I'm alone today at home.
Okay, fine. Then please continue. Then.
Yeah. So the topic of my presentation is revisiting the contours of literature during the COVID period. Revisiting the contours of literature during the COVID outbreak. I mean, during the pandemic and the scope, implications, challenges that we are facing today, and how that is connected to literature and epidemics. Here, I am concentrating on the subject, as we know that Adi Shankaracharya says, Jantunam Narajanma Dhurlabam, which means human beings are the greatest of God's creations, and we have been given the power of subjective expression. We all know that. And since yesterday, we have been listening to very many discussions where Kalyani ma'am has pointed about digital humanities. And I would like to focus on that, where we know that long back literature was, expressed in a print mode, and we have had several outbreaks of epidemics since ages, and this has been expressed in literature in the form of music, painting, sculptures, poetry, drama, prose, fiction, non-fiction, documentaries, and all that. And now, because the print is not in vogue today and everything has been digitalized, my focus is on the digitalized version of literature, where due to digitalization of literature, we have there is a lot of, we witness a lot of sea change even in the research methodologies. So I would like to give a emphasis on the shift that has been taken in literature, focusing on the recent developments in research methodology, which highlights upon the interviewing method, the visual methodologies, and the archival research methods, and the historical method, the discourse analysis, the ethnographical methods. Previously, the ethnographical methods were only in the, we would think that it is only confined to the anthropological department. But today, because of digital humanities coming into vogue, we and including, to express the epidemics, we can embed the other disciplinaries as well, where music, as well as the other earlier presenter had highlighted upon Ringa Ringa Roses, where it depicts about the plague. I wonder how today this kind of a rhyme is included in the, kindergarten curriculum, and what do they really understand by this? Does the meaning go along with the the rhyme? So what I would like to focus is digitalizing the literature. I would like to focus much on the hypertextuality in literature, where today the research scholars, whoever would like to focus on this epidemic literature, should come up with ethnographical literature, interviewing people, and embedding music into that, embedding painting into that, and lot many subjective experiences of the victims of epidemics are being popping up in blogs, Twitters, and the latest Facebook, and the other digital platforms. So why not the present research scholars who are intending to do research in this kind of a literature would take an would go for why not they go for an empirical study and record that in their research, and come up with real medical humanities. So that is my argument. I had put lot many paintings, music, and dance and all that, where that depicts the epidemic literature. But while we take the West and the East, in the West, even today, death is a negative connotation for them. Death is the end of life. But when we look into Indian culture, Eastern concept of death is, death is the mother of beauty. Death is the changing of just the robes. That's what Bhagavad Gita says. So for us, death is it is just a stage of the end stage of life, where we get another life. So here, death doesn't give a negative connotation, but it gives a positive connotations. So the concept of death, life and death during the COVID period can be taken as a positive connotation, where the veterans can be interviewed, people of all age can be interviewed, and that can be recorded, and that can be translated into a, empirical research, and then I mean, we can also go for a transdisciplinary research, wherein see, medical and humanities, people wonder what has medicine to do with humanities. But today, because of digitalization, the need of the hour is, the need of the hour is transdisciplinary research. We talk about interdisciplinary research, but still our students are struggling to even take up interdisciplinary research. But I think we have to evolve from interdisciplinary research and go for transdisciplinary research. And literature, English language teachers, whichever language we would like to express through, has the power. Language has the power to record all the subjective experiences. And quite an example, as I gave you the Ringa Ringa Roses part, I was really wondering, at the age of 47, I came to know what does it really mean. Whereas when we were children, we were, going on singing and singing as if it was a very pleasant song. But today we understand that this Ringa Ringa Roses rhyme, depicts a kind of a disease called plague. So India should shift. India shouldn't imitate the West and come up with such kind of a songs, but we would like to focus much on the universal aspect in literature by putting in empirical study, and then show to the whole world that there is nothing to panic about, and these things are, it is a part of life, wherein this is not the end of life, but this is a beginning, where Stephen Covey says, we have to begin with the end of the mind. Earlier, Lord Krishna in Bhagavad Gita has emphasized on that. So we need to begin with the end in mind, and then give a paradigm shift to literature itself. Thanks to digitalization, where it has focused a lot on hypertextual fiction, wherein the reader also can become an author. For example, if someone has written about some, some story, the reader who has read it can also edit the written version, and then he can also play a part as an author. So there are multiple authors in one particular fiction, wherein and even multimedia also can be embedded in this kind of a hypertextual literature. When we talk about multimedia, it is video, audio, visual, everything is embedded there. So why not we really take this opportunity positively during the COVID period and form a team and try to embed the the Facebook, Twitter, and all the other blogs, vlogs, and all those things, the postings. Why not we compile that and put it as a hypertextual fiction, or you can also tell it as a hypertextual fact as well. The record of events that happened during this COVID period, we never know when it is going to coming to an end. But let us take this as a positive connotation, and then tell to the whole world through this kind of a hypertextuality of literature, and updating ourselves digitally, telling to the whole world that we need not panic, because in the West, we witness that the fear of death itself over, they are succumbed to that kind of a fear, and they are prone to such kind of a cardiac arrest and the other kinds of diseases. But in India, we are very pleasant. We know what is happening, and we are not panicking. We have the strength. What is that strength? That strength, the strength that gives is the holistic education that we have been, inculcated in our blood itself since the ages. So I think the focus should be on a holistic perspective to literature, provided it focuses on the hypertextual part, and then show to the whole world how to overcome death, how to overcome these kind of diseases. Of course, disease is only a physically evident part, If we are mentally and spiritually strong, then the physical part is, it takes care of its own self. So this is my paper on. And thank you. I thank all the organizers for giving such an opportunity to me to share in my experiences to the research world, literary research world. And that's it, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your presentation.
Yeah. Welcome, ma'am.
And now I would request Vidhya Ravichandran. Miss Vidhya Ravichandran. Please unmute your mic if you are there in the room.
Yeah, sure.
Miss Vidhya Ravichandran. I think Vidya ma'am is not audible. We'll move on to the next presenter, Shanti R. Okay. Vidya ma'am, we are not able to hear you. Your screen is visible, but your voice is not audible. Vidya ma'am? I think there is some technical error. We'll move to the next presenter, Shanti R.
Yes, I'm ready.
Uh,
I'm ready, ma'am. Shall I present?
Just a second, ma'am. Vidya ma'am will take your turn after this because I think there is some problem with your microphone. We are not able to listen to your voice. So please you rectify that. We'll have your turn after this. Yes, Shanti ma'am, please continue with your presentation.
Thank you for this opportunity. Topic is existentialism in Albert Camus' The Play. What is left in human life? This is Camus's existential thought, and his personal answer is absurdity. But his protagonists never try to escape from their absurdity and are rather ready to accept death with solace with their self-realization. As Nietzsche, Camus's response is ethical to see man as the only possible source of values. The main essence of Camus's existentialism is to build a society based on humanism, equality, and compassion. In The Plague, the horrendous epidemic, the vicious plague, figures prominently throughout, people ensconcing themselves, grief nearly unusual, cabined, crippled, confined, bounden to saucy doubts and fears, as Shakespeare says in Macbeth. And finally, the whole population fell into the grip of it. In the large Algerian coastal city of Oran, the fable is set in 1940s in North Africa. The people lived busy, money-centered, and denatured lives. I quote, Treeless, glamourless, soulless, the town of Oran ends by seeing restful. At the head of the story, Camus places an epitaph, the words of Daniel Defoe, the author of Journal of the Year of the Plague of London in 1765, as follows. It is as reasonable to represent one mind of imprisonment by another as it is to represent anything that really exists by that which exists not. The epidemic descends upon the town and has isolated it from the world almost a year, causing millions and millions of victims. The plague also serves as a warning about what could happen. Dr. Bernard Rex makes the evolution of the plague from day one when he felt something soft under his foot on April 16th. Initially, the townsfolk wrapped in themselves, disbelieved in pestilences, and thought it as a mere bogey of the mind, a bad dream that will pass away. But it is the men who pass away. They thought that everything was possible for them, which presupposed that pestilences were impossible. But many died without warning, died of plague. People forget the past history of epidemics that has existed elsewhere so many times in history, in London in 1665, in Marseille in 1770, in Milan in 1575, 1630, in Athens, in Constantinople, in the Europe of the Middle Ages, during 10 years without interruption. In the second part of the book, people decide to combat the menace, and for different persons, it means different things. Nights and days were filled always, everywhere, with the eternal cry of human pain. The local press, so lavish of news about the rats, now had nothing to say. For rats died in the street, men in their homes. Camus says newspapers are concerned only with the street. The Ransdorf Information Bureau gave a very free information talk on the radio by way of publicity that no less than 6,231 rats had been collected and burned on a single day, or that is on 25th April. Dr. Rex confronts the indifference and denial of the authorities in their attempts to urge quick, decisive action. Only when it becomes impossible to deny that a serious epidemic is ravaging, the authorities cannot enact strict sanitation measure, placing the whole city under quarantine. The early days gradually give place to panic. With fear, serious reflections began. The public reacts to the sudden imprisonment. In a town topics column, are our city fathers aware that the decaying bodies of rodents constitute a grave danger to the population? In a few days, the number of cases had risen by leaps and bounds, and it became evident to all observers of the strange malady that a real epidemic had set in. When are we going to learn from the past? History repeats. This novel serves as a chronicle of the scene of human suffering that all too many people are willing to forget. This desperate situation makes Camus present his key point in his philosophy. Humanity is always vulnerable to extermination and at any time. In such an epidemic situation prevalent, the major characters, Dr. Bertrand Ravax, the narrator, Father Penelux, Jean Tarot, Raymond Rambert, a journalist from Paris, Dr. Castle, Dr. Riox's colleague, Joseph Grant, an elderly civil servant, and Cotard, and a criminal, enable Camus to carve out his existential philosophical musings. All the maladies of the world, as what is true of the evils of the world, is also true of the plague. It can help some people to grow. However, none sees misery and sorrow, which it brings to turn mad, bad, or cowardly for resigning oneself to the plague. The explanation of evil is being called on question. In the person of Father Penelux, Camus delves into the mystery of life. Whether a fatal disease is like plague, he asks, if so, why should a child die at whose door no obvious moral lapse can be laid? The death of a child was one of the arguments of Walter against optimism in his work, The 18th Century, and also in Dostoevsky. The occasion of a child's death that meet face to face the ideas of the Dr. X and the faith of the Father Panilogs, but both exert themselves without a reckoning struggle to combat the epidemic. The priest, that is the father, murmurs.
Ma'am, 2 minutes more you have.
Passes our measure, but we must love what we cannot understand. Upset by the agony, Father is in his last sermon, invites people to accept to consign themselves back to God, even for the death of children. For remaining till the very end faithful to one's faith, Father and overtakes at his turn the plague, refuses to call a doctor, consigning himself completely to God, wait for death, the eyes fixed on the crucifix. But Dr. Rex says that the father is a man of extensive reading and speaks in the name of truth. He has not seen many die, but the lowest priest of the countryside, who has heard the respiration of a dying man, would take care of the miserable before wishing to show its excellence. In the path of truth, he fights with the creation as it is. When Tarot asks him why he shows so much devotion, he replies, he is asking, when I entered my career, it has been necessary to see people die. Save yourself. Do you know that there are men who refuse to die? Have you ever heard a woman cry ever at the moment of dying? Yes. As he was young then, he could not get used to it. But after all, if it is a thing which a man, as you can understand, is not, but because the order of the world is regulated by death. Perhaps it would be better for God that people do not believe in him, that people should fight with mighty death. I just conclude, I come to the last part. The novel makes us ruminate that there are more things to admire in man than to despise. If there is one thing one can earn to attain, it is human love. Camus portrays the effects of the unwelcome visitant and brings in the realization that it helps men to rise above themselves. Camus makes Dr. Bernard actor that though the epidemic had lasted, the microbe would be around. So Camus warns the readers that health, integrity, and purity, if you like, if you wish, is indeed from a desire which must never stop itself. The world has both plagues and their victims, and it is necessary to refuse to be infected with plague. As doctor says, it would be necessary to take two for arriving at peace. Born, live, die. This is the major phenomenon of human life. Humans are the evolution of nature. Sufferings are part of life, but acceptance of everything is the requisite. Thank you. I would like to say a few words. In a Bengali film entitled Refugee, the writer of Refugee is awarded the nation's best award prize, but unfortunately later in his life he becomes a refugee, and at that time he says, only now I understood the meaning of the word refugee. Likewise, we may have read literature on epidemics, but when we read it now, when we suffer because of COVID-19, we undergo this great ordeal. I would like to say that this seminar on literature and epidemic is very, very relevant and significant, and I thank Dr. Dilip Barat for this wonderful opportunity.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Shanti. Thanks a lot. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, come on. Let us move on to the next one. Yeah.
Vidya ma'am, are you ready with your presentation? Ma'am, your voice is not audible.
The mic is not unmuted. Vidhya Ravichandran, your mic is not unmuted. You have to unmute your mic. No, you are not audible. You have to unmute your mic. There is a symbol. We can see the symbol on your screen that your mic is mute. Vidhya Ravichandran, yes, there is a symbol on your screen. You need to unmute. See, no, it won't get. Please mute now. Unmute. Let us see how it gets. Try to unmute now. Vidya Ravichandran. Can you unmute while sharing the screen? Yeah, Shulpa madam, you are right. Yeah, lots of new technology we all are learning. This is all something new for everybody. And we all are learning new things here. Yeah. Yeah, I think she is disconnected again. We can take the another one. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Okay, now I would like to request Shanmuga Priya, ma'am. C. Shanmuga Priya.
This is okay. She is coming.
Please unmute your microphone.
Yeah, Vidya Ravichandran. I think there is some problem with the audio things. You're not able to listen. You're not able to speak. Yeah. And this also, Priya madam, you also have to check your sound settings.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yeah,
Sir?
please continue. Yeah, yeah. Please continue.
Hello?
Yes, Shanmuga Priya, please continue. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Good evening, everybody. My topic is Relics of Cholera in Jayanta Mahapatra's The Abandoned British Cemetery at Balasore. At the outset, let me talk about the truths of life. Human life is the amalgamation of merriments and miseries. No man on earth is happy or sad always. Everyone has his or her own pains and traumatic situations. Man is frequented with natural calamities like earthquake, flood, hurricane, volcanoes, etc., and man-made disasters like war and other violent activities. Mankind has been witnessing global deaths from time immemorial due to epidemics of various kinds. One among such epidemics is cholera that has claimed millions of human lives across the globe. Coming to the scheme of the study, I shall highlight the outbreak of cholera in India as an endemic, an epidemic, and a pandemic, and the musings of the poet Jayanta Mahapatra and the relics of cholera, as highlighted in this poem, would be shown here, and relating the theme of the poet in the poem with the present context of COVID-19. Under the review of literature, a few researchers done on cholera would be touched upon. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention in 2009 had defined cholera as an acute diarrheal illness caused by an infection of the intestine with the bacterium Vibrio cholera. The main cause of cholera is due to unclean and infected water sources. Dry and Leach, in their research in 2010, has thrown light upon the fact that 25% of the annual global deaths occur due to infectious diseases. Epidemics such as SARS, Zika, Ebola, flu, cholera, smallpox, and bubonic plague are unpredictable as they carry with them diverse and uncertain risks to human life, according to Spoons in 2011. The present slide, Cholera in India, touches upon cholera as an epidemic, as an endemic, and as a pandemic through its outbreak in India. Cholera as an endemic that has spread within a particular group in a particular place is believed to have begun in India in 1817 at the Ganges River in the Bengal region near Calcutta. How dreadful would be the scene to see the sacred Ganges River flooding with dead bodies rather than boats. As an epidemic, cholera has spread in many places at the same time to 18 states in India such as Andhra Pradesh, Haryana, Karnataka, Kerala, Madhya Pradesh, Orissa, West Bengal, and so on. Cholera as a pandemic has spread across the country and all around the world, spreading to Russia and across the other continents. The sixth cholera in India is the source of the outbreak of it in America between 1910 and 1911. The years of outbreak of cholera have been listed down. The first cholera as a pandemic has outbroken in 1817 through 1824, 9 through 1923. Coming to the symptoms and the risk factors of cholera, the cholera symptoms may range from mild to severe with watery diarrhea lasting from 24 hours to a few days. Vomiting and muscle cramps may occur. Severe diarrhea and vomiting would result in sunken eyes, cold skin, decreased skin elasticity, and wrinkling of hands and feet. The dehydration would turn the skin bluish. The risk factors for the disease include poor sanitation, water clogging, and poverty. Cholera rarely spreads directly from person to person. Untreated diarrheal discharge of cholera sufferers get into waterways of drinking water supplies cause cholera. As of 2010, 58,000 to 130,000 deaths occur in a year, affecting 3 to 5 million people worldwide by cholera. Death rate increases with people who do not have access to treatment. Coming to the impact of cholera on Mahapatra's writing, we shall first get into a short biography of the poet. Jayanta Mahapatra, the eminent Indo-Anglian writer, was born on 22nd October 1923 in Cuttack in the state of Orissa, India. He turned his interest towards poetry in his late years at the age of 13. He was a recipient of prestigious awards like SARC Literary Award, Sahitya Academy Award, Alan Tudyk Prize, and Padma Shri Award. His first published book of poems is Swayamvara and Other Poems in 1971. His poetry expresses prominent concerns of himself towards humanity. His poetry is related with the existential dilemma of the modern man. In this, the indefinable anguish of humans. The poem highlights his ruminations over the catastrophe of the prematurely dead Britishers. The poem highlights the Britishers' premature death. The poem opens with the poet walking around the tombstones of the Britishers in the cemetery of Delazo, a town in the north of Odisha. The Britishers who had come to India as colonizers were stabbed by cholera and they died.
Ma'am, you have 2 more minutes.
150 years ago, the poet laments over the plight of human beings that the dead Britishers were no more remembered and they were abandoned.
They were not honored in the cemetery as they all died out of a disease and did not have a brave death. The poet was lamenting over the assault of cholera over the human beings as a continuous process. Cholera is referred as a silent watcher by the poet to be silently witnessing the earth's gravity attracting the victims of cholera to the grave. Only reptiles like lizard and scorpion remain the frequent and regular visitors to the cemetery. He has also used grave images that would express the morbidity of the disease. Those images, we have the words like silence, awkward, eerie, coma, dark, sickly, dead wall, archeon, dead, etc. The poet goes on to emphasize the bond between death and self through the following poetic lines. It is the cholera still, death's sickly trickle. That is, the cholera conquers man slowly like a trickle, that is the drawbait drop, and that plagues the sleepy shacks beyond the stump of earth. So it also plagues, cholera plagues the hard-built sleepy corpses, the shacks beyond the lump of earth and below the hump of earth. I shall conclude by presenting the facts of life as depicted by the poet in his poem. There is uncertainty and restlessness prevailing in the daily life of man. History repeats itself even in terms of the outbreak of diseases, as disease has become a part of human life which none can get rid of. Only the optimistic view towards life erases out the land call was invented for Corona. With the hope that a vaccine will be invented in the near future for COVID-19, we all can get along with life with a happy mood. I like to end my presentation with the wonderful poetic lines of Seema Chowdhury, a poet of Bangladesh. Keep a positive thinking and know in life, sweet and bitter, both things do survive. So we must not lose hope in the test, then God will surely give us the best. I thank the organizers and all my well-wishers for their patient watching. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for this insightful presentation.
Thank you.
Miss Vidya, are you ready with the presentation?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
I think she has left again. Huh?
I think she's facing some. Yeah, yes, sir. We'll move forward, and I would like to request Agrima Mishra. Please unmute your microphone if you are present in the room. Miss Agrima Mishra.
She is unmute. Agrima.
Am I audible, sir? Ma'am?
Yes,
yes. Speak a little bit louder. You are audible. We can see you.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. My name is Agrima Mishra, and I'm a master's student at Banaras Hindu University. So it's really an honor and privilege to present my paper here. And I'll just share my screen now. One second, sir. Sorry. There's a problem. It's not sharing. Yes, I cannot share the screen.
Are you on laptop?
Yes, sir.
So are you seeing present now?
Yes, sir. That's that all I've done.
Then
my laptop is not letting me share my screen. It's blocking. My browser is blocking me. One second.
Hello, are you there? I think she also is disconnected again. Yeah. So we can take next one and then we will bring in her again. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Now I would request Nishat Tamanna. Nishat Tamanna.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Vidya, I think there are two devices in your room. So there is an echo sound.
Just a second, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
okay, yeah, okay. Now please continue. Yeah.
So I'm Vidya. My paper is titled on a study on psychoneuroimmunological approach of recovery from the illness in the character HF in a journal of plague year by Daniel Defoe. Uh, a good immune system is the indicator of a healthy human body, but in the present scenario, there are numerous factors in the world that depletes the human immune system, and human body is prone to get attacked with the diseases. There are numerous chemical supplements that are given to a human body during diseases. They are only to the organs, but not for the mind and soul. These supplements are also out of use when there is an unavailability of proper supplements to the diseases. So present condition of COVID-19 is similar where the world countries are struggling to find a proper medicine to control. Hello. To control and destroy this disease. So in such situations, the mind and soul or the hello.
Yeah, please continue, Vidya. Yeah.
Hello.
Vidya, are you there? Vidya Ravichandran?
Hello. Yeah. So the present paper analyzes the concept of psychoneuroimmunology in the character HF in the book A Journal of the Plague Year by Daniel Defoe, who faces a similar situation in London during the Great Plague. Psychoneuroimmunology is the study of interactions among the human psyche, immune, and nervous system of the human body. That is, the brain communicates with the immune system and neuroendocrine activity. Until 1970s, the modern Western medical community thought the immune system is functioning automatically without the influence of external factors. Scientists of 1975 found out the existence of a link between the mind and immune system, which was later coined by the term psychoneuroimmunology. Research of late 20th century and the 21st century indicates that there is a connection between strong emotions like fear, rage, anger, and the strength of the immune system. When the emotions are not expressed in a proper way, that weakens the immune system and causes susceptibility to disease. The immune system consists of three types of cells: T, B, and natural killers, which are collectively called as lymphocytes or white blood cells. These three helps in the development of healthy bodies against diseases. So these three bodies are regulated by Pavlov's method, conditioned response of a human body that develops the immune system when the body is prone to disease. This method is unknowingly used by the character HF in the book A Journal of the Plague Year by Daniel Defoe to cure his illness from the plague. The book was published in the year 1722, which gives the detailed account of a character named HF during the Great Plague in 1665. The plague had totally devastated the country and killed almost half of population of the country. Defoe presented the book chronologically as the character SF is witnessing the consequence of the epidemic. So in the year 1665, the entire London was affected with the Great Plague and totally devastated the regular lifestyle of the people. It also suppressed the entire economy of the country, where the upper class are somehow survived the epidemic and financial trouble, but the lower class, middle class cannot withstand the consequence of the plague. In order to save people of England, and government had taken too many efforts such as quarantining people, giving medical supplements to the people periodically, uh, though actual medicine was not found. Just as it is prevalent in the COVID 19 condition. One of the characters in London who got affected in the condition was HF. He was a lonely businessman who resides in his empty house, having little person to help him. He believed and followed all the rules and regulations given by the government. He consumed all the medical supplements given by the government. In addition to the fear of death and plague, he got superstitious with the conditions of the government. His tension rose to the peak when he visualized the death of his neighbors and the handling of dead bodies by the government. All these conditions acted as an added factor to cause the illness in addition to the virus of his body. His condition got worsened within a short period of time. He could not go out of his house due to his illness. His condition got he cannot cope up with illness. When all the aids did not help his recovery, he turned his concentration towards God. His faith in God helped him in the recovery. Day by day, he got cured, and at the end of week, he got completely recovered from the illness. This is due to the reason that the anxiety and depression helped his immune cells to get depleted, that made his body very fragile and open to virus. He was tired and sick. When he turned his attention towards God, he transformed all his stress to faith and belief. This created positive energy in him, where his nervous system and the endocrine system has reproduced the B, T, and NK cells in his body, where his body naturally produced antigens to fight against the virus. This became the reason for the recovery from the illness. Thus, in the crisis situation, when nothing is there to help to fight the illness, the approach of say, psychoneuroimmunology can help as a life-saving therapy. The positive well-being, such as being in the positive hedonic states, sense of meaning, purpose of life, positive evaluation of life leads to the absence of emotional distress that reflects in the positive states and rise in the immune cells of the body, which fights against the disease. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for this unique and wonderful presentation. Agrima, uh,
Yes, ma'am. May I try again?
yes.
Okay, ma'am. Just give me a second. Is it sharing?
Yes, it is sharing.
Okay. Good evening. Sorry for all that, ma'am. Let me
No
continue.
problem. Run your presentation.
Yes.
Okay.
So the
Then.
title of my presentation is Humans Without Humanity, Authorization and Dehumanization in Ashi Kapoor's Virus. Can you see it?
Yes, please continue.
Okay. So the movie is based on a real life account of the 2018 Nipah virus outbreak in Kerala and the courageous fight put on by civil health line officials and medicals which helped to contain the epidemic. The movie thus provides a glance of the outbreak from the other side of the glass. In this presentation, I shall put forward the various accounts of ostracization and discrimination as shown in the movie. I will also try to locate the idea of dehumanization of a person through the various characters and incidents in the movie. Overview of the plot. The plot is set in Kozhikode and follows the various stages of the epidemic from identification to its total annihilation. It portrays heroic moments that helped in effectively controlling the virus from spreading further. The film explores the collective paranoia created by the virus outbreak and how it disrupted the life of individuals, both victim and healthcare professionals. The saga of a group of brave people who stood up in the face of adversity, risking their own lives, fighting with all their will. So, what is ostracization? Uh, William defines ostracism as an act or acts of ignoring and excluding of an individual or groups by an individual or a group. Being excluded or ostracized is an invisible form of bullying that doesn't leave bruises, and therefore we often underestimate its impact, said Kipling D. Williams. So the ostracization of medical workers and their family as observed in the movie. One particular instance where the epidemic struck community ostracized the family of the medical worker is when the children of Babu come running to, who is the medical worker, come running to their mother and inquire about their father's abrupt departure from home to live in the medical college itself. They inquire their mother, "Dad has Nipah, doesn't he?" It was the shopkeeper who informed them that their father having affected by the Nipah virus. They continued, "He told us not to come to the shop anymore. He won't give us anything." Though the medical worker himself chose to stay isolated at the medical college in such tough times, so that his family won't be compromised of the virus in any way via him. Their community still ostracized the family of Babu, which abandons the kid and their mother in a vulnerable state. Ostracization of the family of the deceased by the society. When Dr. Anu goes to visit the house of late Pradeep, who died due to Nipah virus, and the auto driver says to her to give his money and ask around for the address as soon as she inquires about the place of deceased. Moreover, when she gets there and Pradeep's mother asks for her tea and she nods. Pradeep's mother replies, "I thought you won't have tea from here." Also, her mother mentions that the community members distributing ration leave the ration outside the gate, and that is how she gets the food to suffice her hunger. Okay, so this is the next part of my presentation, dehumanization of the index patient Zakaria. In the middle of the movie, the audience learned that it was Zakaria with whom it all started, who first contracted the Nipah virus and hence was labeled patient zero or the index patient. Perhaps it is in this very moment that the process of converting a deceased person into a mere transporter of virus begins. Hence, his life's total experiences are summed up within a label of index patient or the first carrier of the virus. Also, he was subjected to suspicion of being a terrorist by the health officials of central government, as soon as they found that he was a devoted Muslim and owned 6 SIM cards. Politicizing the situation, they were again and again emphasizing at the possibility of Nipah virus as a biological warfare and the outbreak as an attack by the terrorist. "When you investigate more, will everybody hate my boy?" uttered Zakaria's grieving mother, who already lost 3 members of her family to Nipah virus, to a member of the investigating team. Ironically, during the denouement, we learned that Zakaria was exposed to the Nipah virus by caressing a fallen fruit bat pulp and placing him on a tree. Therefore, the rest of the humans dehumanized Zakaria for his very act of being human, that is, showing kindness to a creature. Okay, so to illustrate my next point, let's do a cognitive activity. Imagine if one wakes up and finds herself in a hospital suddenly. How would that person feel when he opens her eyes and finds this thing lurking around him? Will that person be comforted by this, or will she connect much better if the other individual is one with a human skin? From being filtered to being unfiltered, from dehumanizing oneself to being human. In the movie Virus, we find a number of episodes filled with people covered in white protective cover. These suits are necessary for an individual to protect herself from contracting the disease from other infected patients. It makes them invulnerable towards an illness that has affected other humans. In other words, we can say that those who wear these suits consciously make them inaccessible to some basic human traits. Some of these traits include connecting with other humans or patients. Due to multiple reasons, they choose to alienate themselves with other humans, those who have or who can possibly have the disease. So to possibly connect with those who are vulnerable, they have to drop these suits. Hence, a dichotomy between life and diseased, secured and vulnerable, inhuman and human is established by those white PPEs. Therefore, wearing these protective gears leads to dehumanization of oneself. Shedding them leads to vulnerable humanity. This can be established with the help of a number of scenes in the movie, where in order to connect oneself with another human, one can be seen shedding off their protective mask. For the last part.
Okay, you have 2 more minutes.
Okay. And to illustrate this, these are the stills from the movie. The upper left image refers to the scene where Dr. Anu tries to talk to the potential patient and reassures him that he's fine and the test result will be negative. And the policeman says, "I know the truth, otherwise you wouldn't have come wearing this," which leads to Dr. Anu shedding her mask in order to connect and console the man. Upper right image refers to the scene where Dr. Abid visits his girlfriend Sarah, who is now a patient. Lower image refers to the scene where common man Vishnu visits his wife and is recollecting his prior moments with her. So, in connection to today's world, today's COVID-19 world, these are all the news clippings. These are all the news clippings that I could find, and there are many more that relates to the ostracization and stigmatizing of patients and their families and of medical workers. So this is the end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Agrima, for this wonderful presentation and very well presented. Now, I would request Miss Nishat Tamanna.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. Let me share my screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Is my PPT visible?
Yes, ma'am. Please start.
Okay. A very good afternoon to the dignitaries.
Nishant Tamanna, just a minute. Yeah.
Yes. Nishat.
Just a minute. Yeah. Okay. A small announcement, like if there is anybody there listening the presentations but is not a presenter but only a participant, we would like to listen something from them in form of feedback or why, because they didn't get a chance to speak, but they are silently listening for quite a long time. I have seen one like Madhulima Chahila is there, and she is very patiently, attentively listening everything from yesterday morning. If she would like to say anything after this presentation, we would like to have her to say a few words here. Okay? Yeah, please continue now.
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to the dignitaries, the convener of this national webinar, the anchor of this session, and all my co-presenters out here. It's my privilege and honor to get opportunity to present my views in such a platform. I, Nishat Tamanna, want to give a presentation on the titled topic, Indian Literature and Eyewitness of Pandemics of 20th Century. Biggest threat to man's continued dominance on the planet is the virus, is very aptly quoted by the well-known American molecular biologist Joshua Lederberg. And the line is very evident and relevant in today's scenario because of outbreak of coronavirus and its merciless fatal effect on human beings across the globe. A pandemic, the term originated from Greek word pan, means all, and demos means people, is an epidemic of disease that has spread across a large region, for instance, multiple continents or worldwide, affecting a substantial number of people. Since 1200 BC till present time, people of the world have been the eyewitnesses of a number of epidemics at every century, and the literature too, from Boccaccio's Decameron to today's literary response on social media and blog writing. These life-threatening diseases like smallpox, cholera, plague, Spanish flu have had not only snatched uncountable lives but also left scars on humanity in many ways. It had destroyed people biologically, psychologically, economically, and socially. Now, if I talk about the literature, both verse and prose, which is nothing but the mirror of life, and when any country, society, human beings are devilishly afflicted by something, contemporary writings could be the best reflector of that. The pages of literature are the best documentary to capture the then time and situation, and some prominent writers of previous century, such as Rabindranath Tagore, Sharat Chandra Chattopadhyay, and Delhi-born author Ahmad Ali, of today's discussion have skillfully framed that in their creations. Arundhati Roy, in her recent article, The Pandemic is a Portal, writes that historically, pandemics have forced humans to break with the past and imagine their world anew. And the aforesaid great authors have captured that newness in their writings. To begin with the first text from The Old Man's Servant, a translation of original Bangla poem Puratan Bhritta by Rabindranath Tagore, we get a clear image of the pain and anguish of a smallpox sufferer. Springtime, a cursed luck, dreaded smallpox, lethal and scary, found me. One by one, everyone, last roommate, vacated the quarters of our dream. While forlorn in my room lay I, even as pox lesson swamped my every limb. Are the lines from the very poem where the poet depicted the ultimate sufferings and deplorable condition of smallpox patient through the character of Master. This poem puts up the attitude of the society towards the sufferers, as it was a highly contagious disease, and all the near and dear ones used to leave them at the time of their need, and other people of the society also used to give them very cruel treatment. Surprisingly, in this poem, the old man's servant named Keshta was a man with golden heart, so he did not leave him, rather provided him with ultimate care and nursing to bring his master back from the very doorstep of death, after all his pilgrim friends abandoned him once he contracted smallpox in holy Brindaban. In return for his exemplary service for his master, Keshta was rewarded with virulent smallpox himself. Finally, the much derided Keshta succumbed to the deadly disease without getting a single one to care for him. And as the last line of the poem marks, no longer with me, my perennial companion, my faithful old man servant. Next, in the story Lalu, Sharat Chandra Chattopadhyay depicts the scenario of a cholera-stricken village where people were dying like anything. And as the story describes how village after village used to be deserted, uncountable death was not the only truth, but also the very mention of cholera in those days would make the people petrified with fear. If anyone heard that cholera had broken out in one area, they would not even stay there anymore. If anyone died, it would be very difficult to find people to cremate him. But even in such difficult times, there was one person in that locality who never objected to do that. And he is none other than Lalu and his group, who used to complete everyone's funeral work. From this story, we get to know that even the husband, that is the Pandit Mashai, was unwilling to go to singe the mouth of the dead body of his wife at the time of cremation. and requested the team to perform the same. The story depicts how people became indifferent towards their loved ones just because of fear of death and being the part of societal indifference. His novel Grihodaho, the readers get to know about another pandemic plague with the information that this deadly disease had unpopulated uncountable villages with its viral sting. From the conversation taken place in the 41st chapter of the novel between two major characters, Suresh and his wife Achala, it is informed that there was not a single doctor to treat the patients, and no medicine was available as the remedy of that devil-like disease. It proved like a demon that the wife became very afraid that she will not be able to meet him again when her husband, Dr. Suresh, went to the plague-afflicted village for treatment. Although her husband was already involved in serving the sufferers by sending medicine to the needy people. And towards the end, Achala's dreadful dream became crude reality as her husband Suresh lost his life while serving plague patients. Finally, in Ahmed Ali's novel Twilight in Delhi, he evocatively details that his tragic aspect of Spanish flu of 1918. He writes how Delhi, once a city of kings and monarchs, turned into a city of dead, where shroud thieves, that means coffin chores, were rampant. Overstrained grave diggers raised their fees three-fourfold, misusing the time and situation. Cloth merchants hiked the price of vending sheets for the dead, taking the advantage of time and situation. Songster began to write ironic ditties and sold them as pamphlets. As the line of the novel suggests, they did not bother to see that grave was properly dug or deep or enough or not. This suggests the full anarchy of the time. The situation was so horrific that there was not a single day or hour when the dead bodies were not carried away outside the city. It is to some extent true that the great pandemic had been largely forgotten even in India, which lost 15 million lives, the highest for any country. But it is this novel that will make the pangs and anguish of the breakneck pandemic unforgettable forever.
Ma'am, you have 2 more minutes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. To conclude my discussion, I can say that from the above points, it has been very clear how literature creates a true reflection of metamorphosis of world and mankind as aftermath of pandemics. Although in Tagore's poem, The Old Man's Servant, Chattopadhyay's short story, Lalu, and novel, Grihodaho, we get a very gloomy, dark picture of pandemic-stricken areas, but at the same time, by portraying the characters like Keshta, Lalu, Dr. Suresh, the authors set sight on bringing a change in social construct in order to convey a message that one has to face the difficult time of pandemic fearlessly and treat the patient and their family with a sensitive heart. These characters are actually the ray of hope having been seen in the time of deep darkness. 20th century India was with poor medical facility, belief in superstition, lack of awareness, unhygienic sanitation system, which proved fatal for the outbreak of epidemics in massive scale that we also come to know from the above mentioned novel. While the another novel, Twilight in Delhi, reflects a gloomy picture of Delhi of the first 2 decades of 20th century, when the celebrated city was declining its glory due to fall of Mughal Empire and decay of culture at pre-war time. Then this Spanish flu came like rubbing salt into the injury and made the prevailing circumstance more heart-wrenching. As we all know, the very familiar line that history repeats. And so we all observe the same heartbreaking picture in COVID-19 ambience of today's world. That's how the pages of literature are bystander of anguish of the people and changing face of the world in its own way. Through the brilliant portrayal of characters and skillful drawing of setting, and have become immortal and living saga of overarching pandemic afflicted nation come world. At the end, I would like to say that leave and let leave others, because literature cannot be a remedy but a reliable record from which we can take lesson and which we can apply in the present difficult situation, and we can imbibe one thing in our heart, that leave and let live others. Thank you all. I especially want to thank and congratulate the convener who has given such a positive report under such grievous circumstances to make our lockdown period productive and enrich us with knowledge and valuable information. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for such well prepared and analyzed presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm seeing that even Tejal is also sincerely listening. She also is only attendee. She is not presenting, and many of you are also commenting continuously.
Yes, sir. I'm listening. I'm quite interesting also. I'm enjoying also, but somehow I'm busy with some of the coordination of my webinar. But then when I stick to this.
Screenshot nature.
Yeah, that's good, but good. Thanks for remaining present here. Yeah.
No, thank you, sir. You have given us such a wonderful platform to all of us. Really, it's worthwhile.
Okay, Madhulima, would you like to say anything? You have to unmute your mic first. You have to unmute your mic.
Hello.
No, you're not unmuted your mic. No, your voice is not audible. You have to unmute your mic first. Yeah. If you'll tap, if you'll scroll down the mouse, you will find the buttons of video and microphone. If you are on mobile phone, you have to tap the screen. If you tap the screen, the icons will come. Yeah. Okay, let us take another presenter. Yeah, Vaidhi madam. Yeah.
Yes, sir. I would request Madhumita Roy, ma'am.
Hello, I'm here. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. I'm Madhumita Roy, Assistant Professor of English at MS University. I would like to thank everyone for organizing this webinar and also giving me an opportunity to present my paper.
Madhumita Roy, are there two devices in nearby? There is an echo sound because of that.
Yes, sir. Am I audible now?
No, there is an echo sound. You have to put one device. If there are two devices, you have to mute one device. There is a loop of sound because of two devices.
Is this okay now, sir?
No, there is an echo sound. Keep only one device where you want to speak.
Hello?
Yes?
Yes, am I audible now?
No, there are two voices, Madhumita Majumdar and Roy. They are speaking, I think, simultaneously. Madhumita Majumdar, yeah? You take your turn.
Now am I audible, sir?
Is it Madhumita Roy or Majumdar?
Yes,
Who is
I'm Madhumita Roy.
Okay, Madhumita Roy, you plus first. We'll take the Majumdar's turn after this.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, please.
So I would like to share my screen to present my PPT.
Yeah, please do.
Are my slides visible, sir?
You have to rotate your mobile phone.
Now they're visible?
Yes, it is now. Yeah.
Okay. So the title of my presentation is
You have to
Disease and Epidemic.
run the presentation. There is an icon at the top. You have to, I think, press that icon so you can run the. Yeah. Okay. Please continue
Now
now.
it's okay. Okay. So the title of my paper is Disease and Epidemic in Rabindranath's Writings. Now, Rabindranath, as we already know, he was a poet, thinker, and one of the chief architects of Bengal Renaissance. Most importantly, he was also a public intellectual, and apart from his creative ventures, of which we are, most of us are familiar with, short story, novels, and poetry, he addressed several issues like nationalism, science, language, public health in several treatises. So this paper is an attempt to look at Rabindranath's concern about public health in his writings, as well as
a practical implementation of his ideas in his rural welfare programs. I would like to begin this paper with Rabindranath's some of the early writings on the issues that are directly related to public health in his and these articles were published in a very noted periodical of the day called Sadhana. One of such articles is Ola Uthar Bistar, to be translated as The Epidemic of Cholera, that was published in 1893. And this article discusses at length the epidemics of 1849 and 1854 that affected London. A similar concern to create awareness regarding health and sanitation led him to write another article like Bhugarbhastha Jal or Bayu Prabaho, to be translated as groundwater and subterranean air currents, that also came out in 1894 in the same periodical called Sadhana. Now, I would like to add another angle to this paper, where quite interestingly, Rabindranath uses disease and epidemic as metaphors in many of his writings. For example, in his nationalism lectures, the lectures that he delivered in his visit to America and Japan, and those lectures came out in 1917, he defines nationalism as a cruel epidemic of evil. And particularly, he was critical of this blatant militant nationalism that is divisive in nature, that creates schism between nation and between people. On this similar note, I would also like to talk about Rabindranath's another address, Swadeshi Samaj, that was delivered in somewhere between 1904 or 1905 during anti-partition movement of Bengal. And in this particular essay, he clearly defines state and society as two different entities and underlines the importance of society in the context of India. This particular address turns out to be a significant manifesto of Rabindranath's interpretation of the idea of freedom, autonomy, and Swaraj. Now, what he prescribes is that before we aim political decolonization, we must make ourselves competent at self-rule. And how to do that? Now, he recognizes villages as the cradle of our civilization. So, the chief purpose is to revive rural health economy. Right. So, with this concern with public health, Rabindranath initiated his own venture of rural reconstruction, first at his own family estates at Shilaidaho, Patishar, and Kaligram, and then at Sriniketan, which is it's a village that lies very close to Shantiniketan in the district of Birbhum, West Bengal. And in this particular venture, he got active support. In this particular venture, he got active support and participation from Leonard Elmhurst, C.F. Andrews, Pearson, Kalimohan Ghosh, Santosh Majumdar, Dr. Harry Timbers, Gresham Green, and others. In 1922, the Institute of Rural Reconstruction was founded at Sriniketan, and where the issue of public health was also put forward as one of the central concerns of Rabindranath. Now, in those days, The Shurul and Sriniketan and the surrounding villages also faced several challenges, threats due to malaria, cholera, and other such fatal diseases. So in 1922, Anti-Malaria Society was founded in Sriniketan under the collective efforts of Kalimohan Ghosh, Dr. Gopal Chattopadhyay, and Gresham Green, who was a paramedic cum nurse sent by the Quaker Society of USA. A few years later, Dr. Harry Timbers and Rebecca Timbers also arrived, and they set up a dispensary at another nearby village called Binuria in 1939. And apart from several services, surgical and medical treatments that Dr. Harry Timbers offered to the villagers, this couple took an initiative to enhance awareness regarding health, hygiene, sanitation among the villagers, who were by then ignorant and superstitious people. Even sometimes health fairs were organized. In those fairs, there were lectures, regular exhibitions to promote health awareness, along with other forms of entertainments. So I would like to conclude this paper with a very interesting documentation that I have come across in one of the periodicals published by Vishwabharati University. And the name of the periodical is Vishwabharati News, which provides a very interesting document of a fair held at a village called Benuria during March 1933. And it says, I'm quoting, apart from the exhibition of handicrafts, there was a health exhibit which consisted of the usual posters and models and had in addition a model village house constructed on hygiene principles with proper lighting, ventilation, and drainage. Moreover, a model bathroom was also prepared at one end of the dispensary by Mrs. Timbers and Dr. Bhattacharya. Films were shown on cooperation, cholera, maternity, and child welfare. There was also a lecture by Mrs. Timbers, followed by demonstration on the issue of cleanliness in the bathroom. So my conclusion, my takeaway from this paper would be that for Rabindranath, the issue, the idea of disease and public health was not confined or restricted to a particular domain. Rather, it encompassed some larger connotation. So for him, this public health and health of nation became two overlapping categories. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for this wonderful presentation.
Thanks to all of you, all the organizers. Thank you so much, sir. Dilip sir and ma'am who is hosting this. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Sir,
the next one is Madhumita Majumdar.
Yes, sir. Shall we?
Yes, madam. Majumdar, madam. Yeah. Are you trying to share your screen?
Now can you hear me?
Yeah, I think there are two devices in your room.
Yes, yes, I'm getting it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now, are you sharing your screen? Yes. No, yes, it's not audible. You are not unmuted, but there is some problem with the audio. We cannot listen you.
Please unmute your microphone.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. My paper is titled Ailing Women, My paper is titled Ailing Women and the Epidemic in the Novel of Charlotte Bronte. Now, usually what happens, when you look at Charlotte Bronte, you do not think about her talking about health issues. She does talk about starvation, poor health and conditions, but you don't really see her talking about it. But in a text like Shirley, I think it is possible for us to see how she addresses this issue. She's largely talking to her male audience, through a character called Caroline Hellstone. One of the reasons she's doing that, because women health and its priorities were, of course, not there. And therefore, she has Caroline saying, men of England, look at the poor girls, many of them fading around you, dropping off in consumption or in decline. The problem with a text like Shirley is that this was being written in 1849. This was being published, and this is around the time when Charlotte was losing her two sisters, Emily and to tuberculosis and or consumption, as one would say. The book was not being written for around 6 months. Then she takes it up from there. So during the meantime, the cholera epidemic had struck England for the second time. But historically, the text of Shirley was being placed in 1811, 1812. So technically, the word cholera was unknown then to England. Of course, it was a term that was coming to them in 1831, the Asiatic cholera. And of course, this is the second wave. So when the second wave of cholera actually hits England, she is mentally and otherwise more prepared. But historically, the data that was collected, it was primarily said that this disease actually affected the lower classes. So even if she is not directly referring to the disease, her contemporary audience, that is Charlotte Bronte's contemporary audience, could see the references through Caroline Hellstone and of course through a character like Mrs. York, who can be seen as a potential person to threat because she is a nurse and therefore she's somebody who is nursing people. And this is something I think we can realize in the COVID-19 situation. If you look at the data, if you look at in terms of nurses and healthcare givers, it would be women who would be more than 70%. In the chapter of the novel, that is Shirley, there is a chapter which is titled The Valley of the Shadow of Death. Now, in that, while talking about Caroline Hellstone's health, of course, she's talking about the diseased air of the East that needs to be replaced by the pure West. So this is also a time when one was not sure how the cholera actually transferred from person to person. It was largely believed to be an airborne disease, and you can see that this is the reference being made. But 1848 is also an interesting time. The time is interesting because this was the time of political revolutions. You were talking about class structures being broken. So the epidemic and this political revolution get interrelated. So you are talking about the rights of people. You are also talking about the fact that disease is no longer happening to you because this is a punishment from God. So disease is not something of a salvation, and that is why you are dying. And disease is something which is not even restricted. Though, there was an attempt to say that it was the lower class people who were being affected. But the truth was that anyone could be affected by this disease. So this probability that you are susceptible to this disease, and it could happen to anyone, makes the whole idea of healthcare and health secular. And this also becomes, a kind of a social response to the epidemic. Today, perhaps when we talk about the corona, we talk about, we're talking about, the very possibilities. We are talking about the threat that it can happen to anyone. And therefore, we are talking about we facing it together. So this is what I can see in this particular case also. So this is a text, which is talking about changing, the social awareness. It's talking about the way that you look at disease. So it was that man and his interaction with environment which becomes very important. It was no longer a drama that, this was a sin from the past or something of that sort. So the changes in the social conditions, is something which we can feel. Though, as I told you that, Charlotte probably could not overtly and directly talk about cholera because of the text being situated articulated earlier. But, it is, a fundamental, way of suggesting that, the healthcare system needed to change. And when you're talking about women, of course, women healthcare in England, women were generally susceptible to illness because they were supposed to be weak. They were supposed to be even evil. So now you're talking about women becoming, diseased because of social circumstances. So it is, also calling for a change in attitude towards looking at the healthcare system of women. So if this is one aspect, and if you look like a text like Jane Eyre, I was reading an article, where you were talking about social distancing, and, the author suggesting that, you could probably see that in Jane Eyre. I don't disagree, because, the character of Helen, who is there, a friend of Jane Eyre, we would know, she stays in a school. It is a residential school where, of course, there is a very, very regimented system that runs. Helen, she comes to suffer from consumption. And of course, she is kept in an isolated ward, as one would say. And Jane says that at one point within the text that, I would know that I was nearing the room of Jane because of the strong smell of the camphor. So the very idea that, that you needed to isolate people, that the disease could spread from one person to another, is also the change in the attitude towards the healthcare system.
You have 2 minutes more.
Yes. So, strictly speaking, as daughters of clergymen, Charlotte and her sisters had also known, what life could be at Hawthorne: contaminated water, spreading the disease. What exactly had happened to Helen is also a big question. Whether it was typhoid or typhus, the words were confused, but maybe it could be typhoid of the contaminated water. Another aspect that I want to really point out is that when the students get, diseased, and this, epidemic sort of touches, a number of the students, some of the parents can actually afford to take them away, and some of them actually go back to die, which included, the two older sisters of the Brontes themselves. The others who were left behind were largely left behind to themselves. You did not have classes, it was just, a way of, you were left to yourself. And you can probably understand the grit and the courage, the self-made person that Jane Eyre comes or becomes is because of this freedom that she perhaps gets in the school. And the food that was offered at that time happened to be pathetic. Jane Eyre was given a cold pie. To Helen, death was a way of getting closer to God. Jane, she was petite. She had a frail frame, but she's never weak. She loves her food and she eats it. And that, food and immunity being related to each other. And therefore, this whole, systems of school that functioned needed to undergo a particular change. And then after that, there were reports, and of course, that were taken into account. Larger schools, sanitations, the way that you looked at schools changed after this. So perhaps, in the COVID-19 situation, we too will be looking at the way our educational systems will now change. We'll talk about sanitations, we'll talk about, perhaps immunity. And this was, perhaps in the history of, evoking or even responding to immediate epidemics or pandemics around you. So this is something not new. It is a way of, trying to grasp it together. But what is essential, that healthcare system has to be across all in the society if we are to be secure. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for sharing some new ideas and perspectives.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Mr. Ritwik Balo.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Right, I'll just go ahead and share my screen.
Yes,
yeah, please. In between, by the time you share your screen, we have Laila Rajab Ali also here. If she also can come and say something. She's also an attendee who is sincerely attending both the days, all the sessions, all the presentations, and very active in commenting also. We had Shulbhaji also, Devpurkar Shulbhaji also from Porbandar, very active and live in commenting and attending the session there. If you are there, please, after this, you can say a few words here. Okay, Ritwik, please continue. Yeah.
All right. So good afternoon, everyone. The paper I'm going to present is
please
called...
present your
Oh,
PPT.
yes, right. Thank you very much. Right. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
please continue. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ritwik Balo. I'm an assistant professor of English at Rani Birla Girls College in Kolkata, and I'm also a researcher at Jadavpur University in Kolkata. The paper I'm going to read to you today is called Pandemic Studies in Literature and the Arts. Research in literature has, across time, evolved from studies in text and authorship towards more specific and particular areas, such as women's studies or Dalit studies, or more recently, comic studies. However, studies into pandemics is still in a nascent state, and it is only through webinars such as this opportune summit that academia is beginning to take a serious interest in the study of literature in relation to pandemics. The recent coronavirus pandemic has, among other things, instigated a sudden spike of interest in fiction that may be referred to as epidemic literature or plague literature, or even perhaps pandemic literature. Literary texts such as Mary Shelley's The Last Man, Albert Camus' The Plague, Stephen Soderbergh's Contagion, Terry Gilliam's 12 Monkeys are just a few works of literature and art that have had nothing short of an reincarnation, while yet others are only being discovered now. For example, Soderbergh's Contagion, which was released in 2011, is now the most watched film in 2020, surpassing major releases of this year. Similarly, it is only now that a lot of people, even in literary circles, are becoming aware and realizing the literary and canonical value of Mary Shelley's The Last Man. I believe the same applies to several other texts that were written in India, which many other co-presenters have mentioned. So in this paper, I will primarily focus on why the representation of pandemics in literature and arts have been low, or why such literature or art is very rarely a part of what we call the canon. Also, I seek to make an assessment as to why academic research into pandemic literature has been low. In other words, my question is, why did it take a pandemic for academia to talk about pandemics in literature? Now, I'm quite certain I cannot adequately address these questions within the scope of this brief presentation, but I'll make an attempt to go as far as possible. So first of all, as I said, the central point of inquiry in this paper is to ask why there has been such low academic interest in pandemics. That is, as far as literature is concerned. Well, as an example of just how low academic interest in pandemic studies has been, one only needs to note that it is during the ongoing coronavirus pandemic that academic research into the Spanish flu is being encouraged in India and elsewhere. For a very long time, it seems that academics such as ourselves have put an unreasonable amount of faith in what Professor Adam Sobel calls the regularity of bourgeois life. In literature and in literary scholarship, catastrophic events such as climate change, and in our case, pandemics, have been relegated to the margins of research. In Franco Moretti's words, these issues have been, and I quote, relocated towards the background, while the everyday moves into the foreground. In my view, the primary reason for the low representation of pandemics in literature and the arts is due to what I call the problem of representation. I argue that traditionally, natural calamity has been primarily represented in popular culture through paintings, through photographs, through mass media, and even movies as earthquakes, tornadoes, or famine, but much less so in the form of viruses. For example, with the notable exception of only a handful of paintings by Bruegel and First, a lot of paintings that were painted during pandemics do not address the calamity. The self-portrait of Munch during the Spanish flu is a case in point. My point here is not to show the deficiency of these great artists who lived during pandemics, of course. Rather, I wish to point out the problem that it is nearly impossible to depict germs on the canvas. If you ask, why aren't there paintings about viruses? The answer lies in the difficulty in visual representability. While it was possible for William Turner to paint one tornado after another, a virus practically has zero visual representability. Therefore, it is possible to see the problem of representations from an aesthetic viewpoint. Again, while some may quickly point out that there are indeed a number of popular representations of pandemics in film, such as Francis Lawrence's I Am Legend or Mark Forster's World War Z or even AMC's The Walking Dead, it must be noted that all these works depict a post-apocalyptic world, not the unfolding of the pandemic or not the unfolding of the apocalypse itself. Add to that the fact that all these popular representations depict the fantasy of a zombie apocalypse, something that does not even remotely resemble the kind of pandemic we are currently faced with. With the notable exception of Contagion, maybe the movie Virus, it seems that film is faced with a narratological deficiency when it comes to representing pandemics. Further, the problem of representability extends to the archetype of war, which again, due to repeated visual representations in paintings, comics, and movies, is thought of as a fight between nations and people, involving bazookas and involving maybe fighter planes. Effectively, our collective conscious and collective unconscious are trained to associate war as something that is fought in trenches and international borders, not in hospitals and policy meetings. My next point of contention moves from literature and the arts to academic presence of pandemic literature. The ongoing pandemic puts academia in a position where we are led to ask, why has pandemic literature or art very rarely been part of what we call the canon? Now, there are several ways of approaching this question. For example, if one were to see academia through a Foucauldian lens, one where academic structure is seen as a disciplining, even homogenizing apparatus, we have the following answer. The regularity of bourgeois life has invaded not only our syllabi, but our research as well. What we teach is deeply rooted in the everyday, the normal, or the gradual. It is rarely that the abrupt, the abnormal, or the catastrophic that mainstream academia deals with. I also wish to point out that the low presence of the pandemic genre in schooling and research stems from a faith in normalcy, which is similar to the disbelief in catastrophic disruptions to everyday life that has for long attenuated and perhaps even resisted academic studies in climate-centric research, in literature and cultural studies.
Sir, you have 2 more minutes.
Right, thank you. As a concluding remark, I would like to state that my paper is intended to be an appeal to fellow academicians to continue studying the representation of pandemics in literature and also, even more importantly, into its representability and further into how we can increase engagement with an issue as serious as this. I believe that studies into pandemic literature may provide insights into crises like the current one that can be translated into policy. Finally, I would like to end with my heartfelt thanks to the organizers, particularly Dr. Barad, in attempting to bring pandemic studies into the mainstream, something which is certainly long overdue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for this thoughtful presentation. Now I would request Mr. Santanu Ganguly.
Yes. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Let me begin by thanking MS University for giving us an opportunity to be academically and intellectually productive in these very trying times. I am Dr. Santanu Ganguly of the Department of English, Netaji Nagar Day College, Calcutta. My title, the title of my paper, quote, "Stick to facts, sir," unquote, Samuel Pepys and the Plague of London, 1665-1666. One way in which literature can deal with a pandemic or any disaster in history is to recreate it imaginatively and symbolically in fiction. Another way is to represent it demographically with facts and figures. And that is where my line, "Stick to facts, sir," from Great Expectations by Charles Dickens becomes meaningful. Another way is to represent it demographically with facts and figures, providing details of mortality rates, the activities of people, and the attitude to the pandemic in general. My paper proposes to examine how the diarist of the Restoration period, Samuel Pepys, provided a valuable record of the bubonic plague that ravaged England in 1665-1666. The first contribution of Pepys to reporting the Great Plague of London is the amount of contemporary local information on the subject that his famous diary has made available to us today. The first mention of the advent of the Great Plague of 1665 is visible in the diary entry of 30th April 1665, where he says, I quote, "Great fears of sickness here in the city, it being said that 2 or 3 houses are already shut up. God preserve us all." End quote. The next mention of the epidemic is on 10th June that notes how it is no longer restricted to the outskirts of London, but had infiltrated the city itself. Figures start coming in from 29 June onwards, noting 267 deaths that week from the weekly mortality bills that increased to 700 2 weeks later and 1,089 in the next week. 1,800 plague deaths in the last week of July swiftly rise to 3,000 in the first week of August. By the time August ends, the figures mentioned by Pepys in his diary touch 6,102, and the official death rate peaks by 20th September to 7,165 deaths the previous week. Pepys also narrates how the death count came down largely after this. On 4th October, the deaths had decreased by 740 and 600 more the next week. By 22nd November 1665, Pepys could finally claim, quote, "I was very glad to hear that the plague has come very low and great hopes of a further decrease." Close quote. Another feature of Pepys's diary is the information it gives us about the attitude of the people towards the epidemic and the government's approach to the disaster. People may not have known that when the plague started insidiously in the parish of St. Giles outside London, the deaths were not due to any other disease. The nation was too obsessed with the Second Anglo-Dutch naval war that was going on at that time to give it much attention. Even Pepys betrays a certain nonchalance about the plague, being more interested in merrymaking, visiting friends, dining, and recording financial transactions. Hence, initially the references in the diary to the disease are few and far between. As I pointed out in my previous point, the first time that the plague is mentioned by Pepys is on 30th April, and the second entry that refers to the plague is on 10th June. This is what I mean by this point. Only when the epidemic's severity increased rapidly does Pepys refer to it every day. The government introduced a quarantine, and Pepys tells us how affected houses were boarded up for 40 days with a large red cross painted on the door, inscribed with the words, quote, "Lord have mercy upon us," close quote. Plague corpses were removed first at night and then in broad daylight when they became too numerous. In the midst of the crisis, Pepys records how on 27 July, King Charles II fled London with his family and aristocrats. On 30th June, Pepys himself was considering removing his wife to Woolwich, nearby Woolwich, to escape the danger. He would eventually go away himself and consider returning to London only by 30th November. The third importance of Pepys's diary is the emotional nature of the entries. He laments on 25th June that, I quote, the plague increases mightily, end quote, and regrets that his son Tom was growing up in such an unwholesome atmosphere. On 10th August comes the news that his father-in-law is afflicted. His own physician, Dr. Burnett, died on 22nd August. His servants, his waiter, boatman, and letter bearers died one by one, along with their family members. All these are recorded with a melancholic tone. There are multiple records of the deaths of eminent people, and Pepys records his anguish at seeing hordes of dead bodies being carted away daily for mass burial. The discomfort of walking on the roads with a bunch of flowers pressed to the nose, or chewing on tobacco to quench the foul smell everywhere, makes the narrative poignant. The horror of stumbling on a dead body in the dark, which Pepys notes in one of his diary entries, is also to be found. So let me conclude by pointing out the relevance of all this to today's COVID-19 scenario in India and the world. Much of what Pepys records has relevance even today. Statistics regarding the number of corona-positive patients, the number of deaths, and the number of survivors, both in India and elsewhere, have proved to be crucial in the fight against the pandemic. Many countries in the world were slack in their initial response to the disease, which cost them heavily. On the contrary, in India, quarantine of affected areas and a general lockdown were implemented very early. The emotional response of Indians to the sacrifices of health workers and security providers, as well as to the pathetic conditions of migrant workers, has been exemplary. Hence, the diary inputs of Pepys have not been limited to his own time, but have indeed proved to be macrocosmic. I therefore beg to differ with a viewpoint advocated a little while ago that we never learn from history or literature. Maybe in the case of the Restoration diarist Samuel Pepys, we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for this wonderful presentation. Now I would request Soumen Chatterjee.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
I am so
By the time Soumen gets ready, just a minute, there is one Sri Prasad from Kerala. Are you there, Sri Prasad?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, please, yeah.
Oh, thank you very much, sir, for giving me an opportunity like this. I have been cherishing these moments for the past 2 days, and it is exemplary for this academic exercise. Let me just share a few thoughts on some lines written on these Corona days, Shall I, sir?
Yeah, please go on. Yeah.
Okay, sir. So when days move on, very few will see the sun. And the title of my poem is Replenish. Man is dead. The empty roads foretell the irrelevant, lifeless gapes, silly, bloody sacks of flesh. Slowly, the world reveals shadows of his negligence. Cash and dollar notes were turned as useless wipes. Life now scratching pain, not an itching hate. It seems dreadful, though, to those who see these sights. Daily rising graph of many a worn-out soul. At last, global world shut down all its gates. Rich or poor, not counts. Vain tries to gain some air. Those move in path of science and those who follow grace, both are caught in fight to stop this ghastly game. The know-how of great ape is bent down in front of thee. You move and spread the fire and gulp all earth in glee. Don't know how to tame the play of unknown world. How much curse we gain, how much lives we lose. This earth, a great abode. We dream and belong here. The heavens won't suffice if man is not in place. Our deeds are cruel though. At times we are gentless selves. Good souls are trying hard and we will come afresh. Thank you very much, sir, for giving me this opportunity.
Thanks. Is it written by you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, good one. Yeah. Thanks for sharing the poem. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much
Yeah.
for giving me a chance. Thank you.
Yeah. Please, Soumen Chatterjee, continue. Yes, sir.
Sir, is my screen visible?
Your sound is a bit low.
Is it high now?
Yeah, speak a little bit louder.
Okay, sir. Is my
Yeah, and
presentation
play, and
visible
also
to you?
play your slideshow. Press F5 button or F5.
Yes, I am pressing, but it is not working, sir.
Slideshow कैसे तो बोल सकते हैं बताइए क्या मर्स है सर स्लाइड पेन आपने सामने हुए
May I continue, sir?
Yes, yeah, your voice is very low. Slideshow you have to play. If you can see slideshow, click on slideshow.
Yes, sir.
But your slides are not visible.
Okay, sir. May I present in my
Yeah.
own way?
Yeah, okay, please present. Yeah, speak a little bit louder.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
The title of my paper is Epidemics as a Transformer of Human Life, an overview of Amitav Ghosh's The Glass Palace. Amitav Ghosh's The Glass Palace is a multi-layered historical novel that covers the period of 111 years from November 1885 to December 1996, from the time of the Third Anglo-Burmese War that caused the fall of Kongbong dynasty to the rise of the notion of globalization. Like most of the novels of Ghosh, The Glass Palace is also an epic saga that moves between Burma, India, and Malay, and it mainly concerns itself with the crisscrossing stories of three families: the deposed king of Burma and his retinue of servants, Rajkumar and Dolly, and the family of Sayajun, mentor of Rajkumar. As it is a voluminous historical novel, there are references to different epidemics that happened in different time periods and their impact on human life and social body politic as a whole. Here Ghosh has presented how epidemics unmake and remake, shape and reshape human life and characters. In the very opening chapter of this novel, there is a reference to an unknown fever that hit the coastal town Arkab and turned the whole town into a cremation ground. Rajkumar, who is the central character of this novel, has to suffer the impact of that disease in an alarming way. Rajkumar's father worked as a clerk and translator at a warehouse in Arkab. He was the first victim of this unknown fever. After him, Rajkumar was also affected by that unknown disease. The remaining members of that family, one brother and one sister of Rajkumar, also died of that unknown disease. Then Rajkumar's mother, along with ailing Rajkumar, started his journey towards the port of Chittagong. on a sampan, but on the sampan, his mother died. But Rajkumar, due to his strong immunity power, recovered from the disease. But after the death of her mother, Rajkumar realized that it would be useless for him now to return to his ancestral house, which had been abandoned by his father much earlier. So he decided to start his life as an apprentice to that boatsman and offered him that bangle which was given to him by his mother on her deathbed. Thus, it is by sheer resilience that Rajkumar ventures to make his own destiny and transforms himself according to the changing circumstances. In fact, his tenacity and indomitable spirit are the outcome of that epidemic that made him an orphan. In this historical novel, Ghosh has also presented the fate of the last Burmese king, Tiba. He was an ineffectual king who had no contact with the common people, and his queen, Queen Suprayat, was nothing but an incarnation of cruelty and mercilessness. In Burma, by the order of Queen Suprayat, the half-brothers of Thiba were mercilessly executed. Apart from this, the King Thiba and Queen Suprayat maintained strict restriction and protocol in the royal family. But after the defeat of King Thiba in the hands of the British Army, the King, Queen Suprayat, along with their entourage, had been sent to India as their place of exile. In India, after staying a few months in Madras, they were shifted to Ratnagiri, a spatially insignificant place in Maharashtra. In Ratnagiri, the king as well as the queen went gradually transformation, but their situation became gruesome at the outbreak of a plague in Ratnagiri. The motion of the city comes to a halt as a result of this terrible outbreak of plague. The streets emptied, many people left town, others locked themselves into their houses. As the royal palace has been situated far from the city, there has not been any chance of contagion. But as the terror of pandemic spreads, the local servants, sweepers, and coolies who have been working in the outram house remain absent. Consequently, the drainage system and the water supply system of the outram house break down. As the servants stopped coming to the royal palace, Dolly, the remaining member of the Burmese servants who accompanied the royal family in India, has to manage the whole household. In this moment of crisis, Dolly appeals to the queen to let the servants who live in the town to build their huts around the royal palace. And the queen at once realizes the feasibility of this proposal and gives consent to this appeal. Consequently, within a few days, the coolies, sweepers, ayahs, and cooks come from the town to the hill and build their houses around the royal compound. The daily routine of the royal household also goes on in its usual motion. This action of Queen Suprayat, prompted by the then situation, also uplifts her image. The local people deify her and consider her as their guardian, their protector. In fact, overnight she became a guardian goddess, a protector of the unfortunate, an incarnate Devi who had rescued hundreds from the ravages of the plague. Moreover, this deification of Queen Suprayat by the local Indians destabilizes her identity as the cruel Burmese queen, and she becomes a benevolent goddess, a kind mother who spreads her helping hands to the helpless and shelterless plague victims. In this way, Ghosh rejects a fixed and ultimate referent for identity and shows that identity is a matter of becoming as well as of being. Even when the epidemic subsides, these people show no signs of returning to their original homes situated in the congested lanes of the town. As the atmosphere around the royal palace has been favorable and spacious for living, they began to stay there. When
Sir, you have 2 more minutes.
When Dolly talks this matter with the queen, she also decides to let the settlers stay there. Just like the mother, she says, she gives consent that they should stay there. In this way, what we find that in these moments of crisis, she frees herself from the narrow confines of ego and wins the membership of a large transnational family. That is how she reinvents and refashions herself, and she gives utmost importance to her own community. After 4 years, again, plague hits that area, and this time more and more people come from the town and build permanent settlement there. In this way, what Ghosh says here, what Ghosh presents here is that how villages are formed in totally unplanned manner during the time of epidemics. As these newly placed villages had no sanitation facility and no drainage system, there is also another reference to another epidemic that mainly occurs among the wild animals, anthrax. And here Ghosh has shown how anthrax can wipe out herds of elephants in a twinkle of an hour. And Ghosh has also linked the spread of this epidemic with the fall of an economy, because in the British Burma, teak business was helped by these elephants. Elephants were the vital agents of empire during those days, and in British Burma, their unique abilities made them essential workers in the colony's booming teak industry. Their labor was essential to the commercial exploitation of the country's vast forests. In fact, they were a kind of capital to the British Empire. Resultantly, the death of animals by anthrax could cause terror in the British stock exchange and crash the British economy. In this way, Ghosh in this novel has clearly stated how an epidemic could alter the economy of a vast empire, and human beings are forced to change their lifestyle in order to survive in these moments of crisis. Actually, epidemics can provide human life new direction and can open new vistas of living to human society. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, sir. This is my presentation.
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful presentation. Now I would request Ms. Shilpi Shrivastava.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I am just trying to put my presentation. My camera is not turning on.
Do you want to make a presentation or want to present it orally?
Sir, I have presentation.
Okay, please share your screen then. Yeah.
Sure, sir. Hello.
Yes, we can listen you.
Okay, so screen is visible.
No, screen is yet not visible.
I have. Now is it visible?
No, not yet. Okay, now it's visible.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Now it's visible. Yeah. Play the slideshow. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, please continue now. Yeah.
Yes. Very good evening to all of you. I'm here to present a paper on pandemic practices altering opulence, demonstrating in varied Indian literature. At this seminar, I'm going to present my paper with Dr. Pulin Bhatt. We are from Department of English, Gujarat University. So the objective of this paper, actually, there is some problem with the cursor. It keeps on moving very fast. Hello.
Yes, please continue. Yeah.
So the objective of research is to understand the Indian literature, exploring texts related with pandemic, the study, the revival practices during various diseases, and to understand altered luxuries of or the opulence, social, economic, physical well-being during pandemics. The mythological accounts from the different parts of the world in India and the essence of the tale. I have also put up 3 of the prominent works from Indian literature, which I'll be talking in detail about. So the mythological account, if I am talking, I will not go into much detail about the diseases and the challenges which we are facing due to COVID-19 because lot has been said. So I wish to put something different and the mythological account. While my reading of COVID-19, I came to know about how our ancestors during the olden days they were dealing with all these type of diseases and the myths related with it. If we talk about Uganda, there is a lord called Gulu and his son Volumbe, and he has a sister known as Nambi, and she gets married to Kintu. Kintu is and it makes Volumbe and Gulu very angry, and when he gets angry, he started killing her kids. But Kintu was very firm about it, and he remains. He says that okay, you keep on killing my kids. I will create the medicine, and I'll try to recover from this. And he started creating more children. The essence of this is one must increase the strength to fight from the element. We must try to deal with our mental strength, tackling all these things strictly, and even adopting certain humanistic approaches. If you talk about Pandora's box, which interprets Zeus, who has provided that box, it says it has come with a lot of evils, and evil god has given diseases on the earth, and he is torturing this Pandora kids and children. So here, the Erasmus came with another theory, and he said, well, Pandora's box is not only filled with despair, but there is a certain kind of hope too. And if we talk about when we talk about the animals of Chikori, it's very interesting story. All animals, they get angry since we humans are very atrocious towards them. So what they did is they started killing humans, but not using weapons, but with the diseases. The same way, I came across one of the most interesting thing from Finnish, that there is a god called Loviatar Finnish. He is a god of death, and he has a blind daughter called Tunoi. And this Tunoi has 9 children, but no one was ready to baptize him, and all the priests were horrified since he was the god of death, and they were thinking that death might come to them. So she got so much angry that she gave the name of the diseases to all her kids, and they keep on coming to the earth, say cancer, plague, so forth and so on. 6 different sort of diseases. And the 9th son has no name. So she gave the name of her own as Envy. So she started sending him first and then other diseases. There is a very good thing which I came across from the Tibetan Manupa Zerdan. Manupa Zerdan is again a myth from Tibetan. They say there are 2 cosmic eggs. One is radiant and another has a black misery. Radiant created all the positives and deities with good values, and black misery is creating epidemics, heat, motion, natural disasters, etc. But here, persistence, the essence is the persistence of anything has extinction too. So good things go long way, but negative things are lesson to follow in the time of challenges. And in our Indian mythology, Lord Shiva got angry when Daksha did not invited him for the religious ceremony. So he released a sweat during his anger, is known as Javaras. And these Javaras came into the form of sweat and spread different diseases on the earth in the Indian continent. Same is Ola Devi, the god of cholera, and she's a wife of Asur Mayasur, who's worshipped in West Bengal, Gujarat, and many states such as, and also known as Shitala Mata too, who she cures cholera, jaundice, and diarrhea. So these were the faith. So what I came to know about it is that the faith propagated the seed of being strong, gather the courage, follow different techniques, either faith related or scientific, till it is not misinterpreted or altered. Now I will be talking about the next slide that says the literature dealing with diseases. Lot of been said about Phanishwar Nath Majumdar and Rabindranath Tagore, and I would mention here Rabindranath Tagore's Old Man Servant, where the servant refuses to serve his master since he is
Ma'am,
since he has a communicable
you have
disease.
2 minutes more.
Yeah, plague. Okay, so here this Fakir Mohan Senapati, who has written Rebati. Rebati is a girl who she died of cholera. She wanted to go for education, and the same way एक doctor की मौत. It is about the vaccine that doctor developed of leprosy, but no one paid any heed to this over here. Now Suryakant, if I talk about the three prominent works in which a life of misspent is the translation of Sakti Khanna. He is associate professor in Dale University, where he said, this Suryakant Tripathi Nirala says, I would like to go and sit on a mound of Ganga and watch the files of corpus brought to the river. It laid together. It is a memoir of Kuli Bhatt, his friend. So here he talks about the question of existence and maintaining mental balance, and here also he says that Kuli has no idea of the volcano raging inside me. So here he has gone through a lot where he lost his whole family, and then he is cremating his dead bodies of near and dear ones, and how he was maintaining the cool. Now I come to talk about experience of a spy, and the doctors have written this. It is from the medicinal account, where Room 000, narrative of the Bombay plague by Kapadia Swaminathan. It is about Dr. Vegas, and you won't believe how he developed this. The plague is being spread everywhere in Bombay, and it's about the Bombay plague and how it was dealt was really it was mishandled by the people around. And a Marwari who is a driver of Dr. Vegas, he said that I am not a doctor like you, but have 50 deaths with the same symptom nearby neighborhood. So he says, I know that these are the deaths from the plague, and Dr. Vegas tried to convince Dr. Baleni, Kauzaji, Dr. Surveyor, Dr. Hopkins, but nobody paid any heed. So in the last, Marwari says that my wife is sick, I bought all the essential medicines, but this is not enough. The disease is in her blood. I can give her proper medicine if I know. And in the end, you know what happened? Surveyor's hand trembled a little, where he's arranging the glass slides on the counter, and he opened the cupboard, and there it was, a stack of journal. Dr. Surveyor is a person who is trying to find out whether it is he's the one who's testing about the plague thing. So he's trying to find out whether this is a plague or something lactobacillus bacteria. But in the end, he understood that whatever is being said by Dr. Vegas was true, and it has not been taken care properly, and this way plague spread around in whole of the Bombay. So now the last one is leprosy and life in South India, journey with Tamil Brahmin, by James Stepple. James Stepple is an anthropologist who comes India often for conference and seminar. He has written the story of Brahmin Iyer family, but he baptized and converted into Christian because there was again mistreatment with him, which he is not been able to sustain with. And he says in that the stigma of social death to him, where he describes that how he's been quarantined, ill-treated, and he has been put to the humiliation due to leprosy, which he caught. And in the there was ill treatment for those who have leprosy in the connection to the superstition. It increased the patient hardship. They are differentiated and discriminated. He has stated about his caste, social stigma. He set up his own separate colony. India is still facing heat of quadrants in the relation to rituals and mindset of people. The focus is on modernity, diasporas, and globalization. Now, I would like to conclude my topic. Pandemic has taken back the society psychologically, economically, and socially. It becomes a responsibility of every citizen on the earth to bear the consequence and take up the challenge of COVID-19. The above three works suggest to alteration of the living and inventing pandemic managed by supportive living. The transformation will come when we have pandemetics. It says we should have some kind of ethics during this pandemic time. Humans must understand to reform the health facility, saving the lives of the people in the time of pandemic is incredibly significant, altering the scientific, commercial, economic approaches, industrialization, humanitarian approach for to save many lives as we can. Changing ethics is the primary requisite for existential and surviving. Above all, it explains clearly that luxuries are just for the survival. There is no question of buying or collecting the material as we used to do in our own good times. So it's a time when we are on war footing. Every soldier is special because we have varied skills to deal with the challenges of pandemic. Citizens are exposed in such a kind of pandemics because it is a spark that creates a whole flame and ready to burn along. The simple rule says persist or perish. Pandemic never sees the caste, religion, and luxuries. Here, the question of existentialism becomes important. It is the extreme situation that we are facing and the threat of non-being, non-existence. One must not adopt self-destructive techniques for it. The whole ethical, moral, social, religious, and religious structures changes should be there. Therefore, we should understand the pandemic practices and alternate opulences or the luxuries, and we must adopt this term, which I say as pandemetics. So here I conclude my paper. I would like to thank Sir that he has given me a chance to present my paper. And Dr. Dilip Bharat sir, I'm really thankful that you've given me an opportunity over here. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody, for listening to me patiently. Okay.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for this wonderful presentation. Sir, now I would hand over to you.
This was the last one, no? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Please stop sharing your screen, Shilpi Chaudhary.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. So it was really wonderful 2 days that we have been connected remotely over internet and had a very interesting deliberations and discussions. There are almost more than 70 people still in Google Meet. There are so many still watching live on Facebook and also on YouTube. And I would say it is really a great matter of success, and that even up till 7:30 in the evening, there are people in webinar hall. There are people on Facebook and YouTube still there to listen and also commenting a lot. So many comments here. So many comments on Facebook, innumerable comments on YouTube also. All your comments are very inspiring, very motivating to us. The success of our webinar goes to all the paper presenters. The quality of your papers were extremely good. We didn't expect that this quality of research work and the papers will be done in a short, limited time. We were not with our resources. We were without libraries. There were no books to us. It was only digital resources that we have relied upon almost completely. You all were locked down. You cannot go out. You cannot visit libraries. We were just inside our rooms, but the digital resources perhaps has helped you in preparing these wonderful paper presentations. When we are planning for the webinar, we thought that hardly we will get any number of paper presenters, because this is a new topic. Rarely people work on epidemics and literature. I expected hardly 10, 12 or 15 paper presentations and hardly 50 to 70 participations. But then I was surprised to see that over 1,300 registrations we got Almost our webinar hall was full for 250 participants during plenary sessions, and also around 100 were always present during paper presentations also. If I compare and try to see that, does it happen in a physical seminar or not? Perhaps in physical seminar at 7:30 in the evening, you would never see 75 people sitting inside. It's very surprising, a kind of a success that we see in the virtual world, in a digital world, which is very shocking, surprising. We talk a lot about how technology is changing the things, but this webinar is also telling us that there are very interesting success parameters that we can see when we compare it with the physical form of seminars. There, qualitatively, things are far better when we go on digital platforms. We have seen that we all know that the world is looking at us. When we are in a small seminar hall, we know that hardly 20-50 people present in the hall are listening to us. And here it is the world that it is going. It is recorded. It will be uploaded. So everybody is very conscious. They want to make the best that they can do. And that is perhaps is improving the overall quality of our presentations, our facing camera, our going live on social media and everything. And that perhaps is something that we can take away from this webinar, that technology, when we go live on Facebook, on YouTube, it really matters. And it also matters in terms of qualitative measures also. Thanks a lot. We, in absence of all the plenary speakers, we are thankful to them also. They also had done a wonderful work in striking a right note about this particular webinar. But the real success is to all the paper presenters. The wonderful presentations you have done beyond expectation. Qualitative work was done by everybody. And all the silent listeners. Thank you, all of you, those who were just attending silently, commenting, taking notes. Your participation was really inspiring. This is somewhere where you can move out of your room. You can just put login and you can move on. But you were very attentive, and that was very inspiring for us also there. So on a last note, thank you all of you for your active participation in this webinar. We are going offline and now after a very long day. This is almost 12 hours continuously today. Today we logged in at 7:30. We started our presentations at 7:45 today morning. It is almost now 7:30 in the evening. A very long day today. Almost 12 hours continuously. Yesterday it was 9 hours continuously there. Thank you all of you. Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
तो होस्ट ही बंद कर देगा.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot, Dilip, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much to all of you. Yeah.
It was a great
Thank you for making this webinar worth attending. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Bharat, sir. Thank you so much.
And Vidhya MS. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Vidhya. Thank you, Dilip, sir.
Thank you, sir.
నువ్వు కనపడతావు లైటింగ్ కి.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Bharat, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bharat, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir.